Order. We start with questions to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, BPrime.
Question number 1.
Secretary of State, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the House will bear with me. I fear I may be losing my voice. Some people may be happy about that, but I will attempt to get through as best I can. This government is determined to ensure everyone has access, skills, support and confidence to take part in our modern digital society, wherever they live and whatever their circumstances. This is a hugely important issue in my honourable friend's constituency, which I believe has one, if not the lowest, levels of broadband coverage in the country. Building Digital UK recently signed a £157 million contract to deliver broadband across the Western Isles, including his constituency. He, like I, am determined to make sure this happens as an absolutely urgent priority.
Total right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I welcome the Minister and her friendly-faced team to the I also welcome, Mr. Speaker, the millions going into Project Gigabit, but that money is finding its way into Openreach coffers, but not to the end of the road in the Western Isles. I have many constituents, including 2 in my own village of Sordal, who've built their homes, have all the utilities except broadband, and the Cabinet is just a couple of 100 metres away. But why should Openreach throw the switch? They've made millions installing money down the spine of the islands, but they're not going these last few yards. Can the Minister press Openreach to go these last few yards and look at these physical infrastructure access costs that other providers have to pay for legacies like copper wiring and wooden poles from another era?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his passion on this issue. I would say he should come in and talk to ministers, officials and indeed Building Digital UK to set out what he thinks needs to happen, because we're only going to get this right if we work with people on the ground. The Western Isles contract will provide cover for 65,000 new premises across the area, including 8,000 in his constituency. We've got to do this. We've got to push further and faster, and he, I'm sure, will make this happen on the ground.
I presume there's a constituency link, Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my party, I welcome the Secretary of State to a place on the other side of the Highlands in the Royal Borough of Comity. It's an adjacent seat, Mr. Speaker. We have an appalling situation. I have an old lady with a heart condition who had no means of communication whatsoever for days on end. Could I ask the Secretary of State to have a word in the right ear to sort this desperate situation out?
If he sends us the details, we will absolutely make this a top priority. As we build the country of a future in jobs and growth and transforming public services, we can't deliver for everybody in every part of the country unless they have the broadband coverage they need. As part of the 7 new contracts BDUK has signed this year, 3 are in Scotland. It's funding of, I believe it's £287 million. We want value for money. He wants to deliver for his constituents, and together we'll make it happen.
Matt Turman.
Question number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Protecting children from harmful content online is a top priority for this government, for me personally, because it's a deeply concerning issue for parents and children across the country. Since implementing the Online Safety Act this summer, 6,000 sites have taken action to stop children seeing harmful content online. But I will be paying close attention to what's working and won't hesitate to go further if necessary. Indeed, on Monday, I added self-harm material to the list of priority offences in the Act. So if companies don't take down content that promotes self-harm or actively stop it appearing, they will face enforcement action. I hope this shows the House my determination to take all necessary steps on this issue.
I think it's grouped, Secretary of State. It's grouped.
Oh, yes. In response to my... sorry, these are grouped, Mr. Speaker.
It's
My response was for 2 and 10. I do apologise.
No, yeah, sorry, I'm going back to Matt Turpin, but it's grouped.
Yes, and that was my response to both. I do apologise.
No, don't worry, Matt Turpin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her response. It's so gratifying to see a Watfordian at the dispatch box. And in my constituency of Watford, parents and families are rightly pleased with the protections being afforded to children and vulnerable people from the Online Safety Act. And does the Secretary of State agree with me that we would not allow a child to get into a car and drive down the road? We wouldn't allow a child to go into an off-licence and buy tobacco or alcohol products. And we wouldn't allow a child to go into an adult entertainment establishment. Does she agree with me that children and vulnerable people need protections in the virtual world just as they do in the physical one?
I absolutely do, which is why I am determined to do everything necessary, both to remove illegal content and to protect children from online harms. Many years ago, when I was actually a member of the Science and Technology Select Committee, as part of a report we were doing, I actually spoke to all children in secondary schools and primary schools in my constituency to see what they felt were the benefits and the difficulties of being online. It's an issue I've been concerned about for many years. I'm determined to take action, not just for the fabulous people of Watford, but for children and young people right across the country.
Powell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I also welcome my right honourable friend to her place? I wonder if she would agree with me that reforms, reckless plans to scrap the Online Safety Act would fail a generation of young people, including all of the parents and children in my constituency of Kensington and Bayswater who have joined my local campaign to protect children online.
Yes. I mean, if they were so concerned about it, why are they not here in the chamber asking questions of me? Reform want to scrap the Online Safety Act, ripping up protections that crack down on revenge porn, violent misogynistic content and posts encouraging self-harm or suicide. I commend my honourable friend for his campaign. Families in his constituency want action. That is what we intend to take. Finally, we are putting child safety first, taking down illegal content, taming toxic algorithms and making age-inappropriate content harder to access. We will go further if we need to.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the new Secretary of State to her position. Will she look at the downloading now of VPNs, which leads people to be able to get content from all over the world, and indeed, of course, many of these VPNs are based overseas, so that once they're downloaded, parents will have no control whatsoever if their children are then accessing immoral and illegal content.
I thank the honourable member for his question. This issue, in the few days that I have been in post, has already been raised with me by a number of MPs and other organisations. I want to say to him, I will always be driven by evidence. I want to protect people's rights to privacy, but I want to make sure nothing is done that is going to put people at risk. So if he has evidence and wants to send that to me, I am more than happy to look at it because I want to take the action required.
Vicky Slade.
I've been contacted by many constituents worried about the implementation of the Act. For example, Emily, who's homeschooled and has ME, struggles to get access to things that help her learning and her rural isolation. Alexander says he's accessed gambling sites but can't access suicide prevention. So as we mark Suicide Prevention Day, how can we make sure that it's nuanced a little bit better?
I'm really glad the honourable lady has mentioned that today's World Suicide Day. It's such... Anyone who's experienced it with their family or friends or and in their constituency knows how devastating it can be. I think she raises a really important issue, which is that from my experience in my own constituency, children and young people really want to benefit from all the opportunities and learning, but sometimes it's difficult to get it right. It's a complex issue. I need to get into the details. This is a new Secretary of State, but I will always listen, and when the evidence is there, I hope to take the appropriate action.
Dr Ben Spencer, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome her and the new ministerial team to their places? And I'd like to put on record my thanks to the former team, who I very much enjoyed sparring with over the past few months. In light of the reports of her department's plans to review the implementation of the Online Safety Act, can she confirm the scope of this review, including whether it will address the apparent confusion in the media between the powers of the Online Safety Act and the Public Order Act, review age verification to ensure that people's data is safe and secure, that the pass schemes that they use are trusted, and to tackle the use of VPNs, particularly by children, to get around age verification?
Thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I'm somebody who is always driven by the evidence. We need to see how this Act is being implemented, whether and how it works, and that is the absolute priority for me. I will look at any evidence that honourable members throughout this constituency provide, but the key thing for me is we are taking action. I think in this country, one of the strongest protections of anywhere in the world. But I would say two things here. I am very interested in the issue of addiction in children online and how behaviours can become addictive. And in this very, very fast-moving world, we need to be fleet of foot. And I think the truth is the technology develops much faster than we make legislation in Parliament, and that is a nut that we have to crack.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Victoria Costs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to welcome the new ministerial team and give my thanks to the previous team. I very much look forward to working together. Following the rollout of the Online Safety Act, evidence has shown that harmful content is still being algorithmically shown to young children, but also that AI technologies which have been linked to teenage deaths are not covered properly in the Online Safety Act, all while concerns have been raised around data protection and inappropriately age-gated educational content. We must get this Act right. So will the Secretary of State consider our calls for a digital Bill of Rights to set the standards to truly adapt to this era of technological change?
Yeah. Thank the honourable lady for her question. We do need to adapt to this age of phenomenal technological developments. I have already had a discussion with the Chief Executive of Ofcom. I intend to meet with many organisations, including those who champion stronger protections for children online. She raises the critical issue. We need to protect people's privacy. We need to protect freedom of speech, but we need to make sure illegal content and harmful content for children is removed. And I will leave no stone unturned in delivering on that objective.
Yeah. Lewis Cocky.
Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Me again. New technology in the workplace can help companies become more productive and efficient, and it's also good for people, making workplaces more accessible so people can get work and stay in work. We're supporting companies in a number of ways, especially through our industrial strategy. And what I would say is we've seen some great examples of tech, particularly artificial intelligence, being adopted by UK firms ahead of their international peers. We want to do all we can to support companies in this area, and that's something I'm determined to take action on.
Lewis Cocky.
Speaker, let me welcome the Secretary of State to her place. Small businesses in my constituency of Broxbourne are vital to economic growth. Can the Minister tell me what her department is doing to ensure that small businesses can benefit from innovation and new technology?
He raises a really important point. My own constituency is dominated by small businesses, and one of the issues that they always raise, we're great at start-ups in this country, but we need to do more to help those companies scale up. I'm new in the job. I am open to ideas. So if his businesses and he would like to say what they think they need to help them go from start-up to scale-up, I'd be more than happy to listen to their views and comments.
Yeah. Chair of the Select Committee, Chair Elmore. Chair.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the outgoing DSIT ministerial team for their engagement, as I congratulate the new team on succeeding to this important and inspiring brief. Mr. Speaker, the Government is committed to transforming public services through the adoption of new technologies. At the June Spending Review, departments published their plans to deploy technologies to achieve efficiencies, but we are yet to see the detailed and fully funded roadmap for delivery promised by DSIT for this summer. So could the Secretary of State commit to publishing a roadmap which sets out what will be delivered, who will deliver it, by when, and how much it will cost before her appearance before my committee as part of the Digital Centre of Government review in November?
I have a feeling that will be one of the gentler questions my honourable friend asks me over the coming months. I am a passionate public service reformer, and I believe there is huge potential for technology and AI to deliver better outcomes for the people who use services and better value for taxpayers' money. I will definitely come forward to her with more detail on the questions that she raises. I would just say in my last role, we saw a fantastic example in Wales of our work coaches in our job centres who had big queues for helping people do their CVs. They used AI. It was better for the people who used it. It freed up their time to spend with people who most needed help. A small example, we've got to do more, and I would absolutely commit to setting out our further plans.
Mohammed Yassin.
Four, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I'd like to group questions 4 and 6. Through the Online Safety Act, platforms now have a legal duty to protect users from illegal content and safeguarding children from harmful content. Ofcom has strong powers to hold firms to account, including fines of up to 10% of qualifying worldwide revenue. Ofcom has made clear it will act where platforms fall short, has already launched 12 investigations into suspected non-compliance. And can I just assure my honourable friends that we will continue to review this area carefully and won't hesitate to go further.
Mohammed Yassin.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister to his position. On World Suicide Prevention Day, I welcome the government's action requiring online platforms to proactively protect users from illegal and harmful content. But charities like the Molly Rose Foundation remains concerned whether major platforms are fully complying with UK regulations, especially around risk assessments. So what further steps is the Minister taking to ensure Ofcom enforces the law and responds adversely to any breaches?
Can I firstly thank my honourable friend for an important and timely question. Important because I've been in the room with Ian Russell, the father of Molly Russell, and I have seen the tireless resilience with which he and the Molly Rose Foundation have campaigned to protect children online. In memory of cases, in particular, a timely question, because in memories of cases like Molly Russell's, suicide prevention must remain front and centre in our minds, which is precisely why, in the first week of this new ministerial team, the Secretary of State announced that self-harm content is now a priority offence. Ofcom has requested risk assessments from over 60 services, including smaller but high-risk platforms, and I know they're actively enforcing compliance as well.
Patrick Hurley.
Speaker, I'd like to welcome the Minister to his place. Yesterday, I sponsored a drop-in event here in Parliament with Parent Zone to highlight the Hit Pause campaign, which aims to teach people to recognise conspiracy theories and misinformation online. So does the Minister agree with me that while we can make online platforms more accountable in other ways, these kinds of initiatives should be widely available to help equip people with the means to protect themselves when the tech companies fail to take responsibility for the content that's on their platforms?
To say how grateful I am for this chance to put on record that even when others have put their interests first, my honourable friend has always put Southport above everything. And I think in that he has inspired many of us across the House. Media literacy, which he brings up, includes critically evaluating information. It's a key skill in helping people be protected from harm online. And I know the technology companies play a crucial role. We welcome collaborative initiatives like Parent Zone's Hit Pause programme, and I encourage all platforms to continue and expand work to embed media literacy into their product design.
Alan Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister to his place. When it comes to holding tech companies accountable for using copyrighted material on their platforms without consent, his government's data bill let down our creative industries. His department's new working groups on AI and copyright include just one British tech firm alongside a host of foreign tech competitors. Will his government now give our tech sector and our creative industries the proper voice they deserve?
Well, can I just firstly say that both our technology sector, our entrepreneurs and our creators are close to my heart, having spent most of my professional background prior to coming to this place in those contexts. We have consulted, we have listened, and we continue to listen as a new team, and so I know that across the board we will look closely at the evidence and make sure that we're backing both our entrepreneurs and our creators in this country.
Gavin Robbins.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 10 days in my constituency, there have been 5 incidents of the most appalling and violent acts by self-styled vigilante groups. In each case, they live stream on Facebook Live and on TikTok Live, and those videos disappear and they remain anonymous. There will, Mr. Speaker, be a criminal justice response, but can I ask the Minister to relook at the protections that are there for those who continue not only to abuse and act racistly in our society, but do so under the cloak of anonymity.
Well, the honourable member raised an incredibly important point, and I'm sorry and disappointed to hear the initiatives, the instances he mentioned. This is an incredibly important thing, and so we will closely look at the evidence base, and if, under the codes of practice for illegal harm already published and implemented by Ofcom, there are found to be deficiencies in practice by any of the firms that he mentioned, we will, I'm sure, be taking appropriate action.
We go to topical Susan Murray.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to join the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. This is a crucial area for our country, providing opportunities for jobs, for work, and to improve our public services. And as Secretary of State, I'm getting to work straight away. As I've said, on Monday, I strengthened the law to add further protections from dangerous self-harm material online. So social media companies have to take action now, not just to remove this material, but prevent it from coming up in the first place, so that the internet can live up to its real potential as a place of opportunity where everyone can learn, connect and be creative, free from fear.
Susan Murray.
Can I also welcome the Right Honourable Member to her place? Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Member's predecessor warned that losing control of artificial general intelligence would be catastrophic, yet failed to deliver legislation to protect the public. Will the new Secretary of State deliver on the AI bill and ensure that the British people benefit from the advantages of AI without becoming its victims?
I absolutely want to ensure that people, businesses, creatives throughout this country can benefit from the huge opportunities that technological developments and AI promise, but make sure that people are protected too. I am early in this job. I am listening carefully to all those involved, but wherever action is required, that is what I will do.
Peter Mandelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Secretary of State what conversations have taken place with UKRI around supporting the development of new sustainable transport technologies, and how might this benefit constituencies such as mine of Crawley?
I mean, my honourable friend, though, will know that the UK is a world leader in research and innovation. Over the spending review, we're delivering £86 billion for research and development. That is actually a record level. UKRI invests more than £300 million a year in transport innovation, with sustainability being a key focus. And that includes projects to develop new aviation fuel production technologies that could reduce emissions by up to 80%. There's more that we can do here. I know he's passionate about this issue, and either I or my ministers will be very happy to meet with him to talk more about what we can do.
We now come to Shadow Secretary. Welcome her to a new position, Julie Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the new Secretary of State to her place, and of course her stellar team. The Right Honourable Member for Edinburgh South is so hot that he snared 2 jobs from the guy who just fired him. As Tech Secretary, she replaces the Ozempic of Whitehall, who claimed his digital plan would shear £45 billion of fat from the government. By how much did it cut the civil service?
Let me say to the Honourable Lady, I believe that using tech and AI to modernise our public services actually enables people who work in the public sector to spend more time on the things that they want, which is serving the users of public services, and less time filling out all the red tape and bureaucracy, much of it which was put in place by her government.
Julia Lopez.
I fully agree with her, but the number of civil servants has risen to a 20-year high under Labour. If somebody in the private sector led a reverse efficiency drive, they'd get sacked. Labour makes him business secretary. For a welfare meltdown, you get to be the Minister for the Future, and as AI screams for cheap electricity, the Prime Minister cannot sack his failing energy secretary. Why should the tech sector believe that this is a government of delivery?
Because this... because this government believes that science, technology and innovation are how this country will seize the opportunities of the future. And unlike members opposite, we're determined to deliver that change for people in every part of the country, no matter where they live, because our people are our best asset. We want to grow the economy, transform our publics and sort out the mess that was left by members opposite.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many of my constituents in Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages are struggling with appalling mobile signal. It's a problem we see across the country and it's often worse in rural areas. What steps is the ministerial team taking to ensure that the government's review of the mobile market leads to a faster rollout of 5G?
We can't ensure everybody in this country benefits from being online and the developments that are there unless everybody is joined up to fast broadband. We have put £1.8 billion over the spending review into making this connectivity work. I'm working closely with Building Digital UK. If he's got concerns about his constituents, he should come in, meet with me and with him to get his constituents online, because that's how they'll seize the opportunities of the future.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. I call Dr. Luke Evans.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by expressing our sincere condolences to His Majesty the King and the royal family on the death of Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Kent. Her life was filled with compassion and dignity. She dutifully supported our late Queen Elizabeth II, comforted the runner-up at Wimbledon, and worked anonymously as a music teacher in Hull, typical of her unassuming nature and human touch. Our thoughts, and I'm sure the whole House's thoughts, are with His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, his family, and all those whose lives she touched. Mr. Speaker, turning to other events, I condemn the strikes that Israel carried out in Doha yesterday. They violate Qatar's sovereignty. They do nothing to secure the peace that the UK and so many of our allies are committed to. I spoke to the Emir of Qatar last night, soon after the attack, to convey our support and solidarity. He was crystal clear that notwithstanding the attacks, he would continue to work on a diplomatic solution to achieve a ceasefire and a two-state outcome. He and I are on the same mind on this, Mr. Speaker. That is why I met President Abbas on Monday and why I will meet President Herzog later on today. I will be absolutely clear that we condemn Israel's action. I will also be clear that restrictions on aid must be lifted, the offensive in Gaza must stop, and settlement building must cease. But, Mr. Speaker, however difficult, the UK will not walk away from a diplomatic solution. We will negotiate and we will strain every sinew, because that is the only way to get the hostages out, to get aid in and to stop the killing. Mr. Speaker, last night Russia launched drones into Poland in an unprecedented attack. I've been in touch with the Polish Prime Minister this morning to make clear our support for Poland. We will stand firm in our support for Ukraine. With our partners and through our leadership of the Coalition of Willing, we will continue to ramp up the pressure on Putin until there's a just and lasting peace. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Just to say to the House, I've sent a letter on behalf of Parliament, a letter of condolence to the royal family on behalf of the sad news of the Duchess of Kent. Right, let us come back to Dr. Luke Evans.
Here, 1 year on, the country's seen a Transport Secretary resign over fraud, an anti-corruption minister investigated for corruption, a homelessness minister make tenants homeless, and a housing secretary not pay tax on her second house. Prime Minister, we've also had a Prime Minister who accepted more freebies than any other MP in the last Parliament. Is this the integrity he meant when he came to government?
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's the difference. I strengthened the ministerial code. I strengthened the independent adviser. The Deputy Prime Minister referred herself to the adviser. It was a clear finding, and she did the right thing. Mr. Speaker, contrast that with the Shadow Foreign Secretary. She was found to have broken the code under the last government. What did the Prime Minister do then, Mr. Speaker? He ignored that. There was a resignation, but that was the resignation of the advisor, not the person who was found to have breached the code. And she still sits on their front bench. That is the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After almost 2 decades of the SNP and 14 years of the Tories, Kirkcaldy High Street has been in a state of decline.
Won't be in this chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After almost 2 decades of the SNP and 14 years of the Tories, Kirkcaldy High Street has been in a state of decline. That's why the Chancellor was right to prioritise Kirkcaldy for multi-million-pound regeneration funding from the new Growth Mission Fund to build on the enormous potential of our town and beautiful seafront. Does the Prime Minister agree that investment over decline is key to this Labour government, and will he ask the new Business Secretary to meet with me to discuss this funding?
Well, I thank her for her question. She's been a tireless campaigner for investment into High Street. Mr. Speaker, I can give her good news because thanks to funding committed by the Chancellor and this Labour government, I can confirm today that, subject to business case approval, we will approve millions to transform Kirkcaldy's High Street and seafront. And I will, of course, make sure she gets the meeting she wants with the Business Secretary. The SNP have squandered the potential of these high streets for 2 decades. Next year, people can vote for positive change with a Scottish Labour government.
We come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the comments the Prime Minister made about the Duchess of Kent? She lived an exemplary life of public service and she will be very much missed. And I also agree with the Prime Minister, as should all of us in this House. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Poland and all our NATO allies against Putin's aggression. A NATO country has just had to defend itself against Russian drones. Now, more than ever, we need our ambassador to Washington fully focused on this issue and liaising closely with America. Does the Prime Minister have full confidence in Peter Mandelson?
Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying the victims of Epstein are at the forefront of our minds. He was a despicable criminal who committed the most heinous crimes and destroyed the lives of so many women and girls. The ambassador has repeatedly expressed his deep regret for his association with him. He's right to do so. I have confidence in him, and he's playing an important role in the UK-US relationship.
Kemi Badenoch.
This is interesting, Mr. Speaker. He says the ambassador has expressed full regret, but the victims of the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein have called for Lord Mandelson to be sacked. And just so the House is aware, in 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of child prostitution and sex trafficking that took place between 2002 and 2005. That is the precise period which Lord Mandelson called Jeffrey Epstein his best pal. Absolutely. Was the Prime Minister aware of this intimate relationship when he appointed Lord Mandelson to be our ambassador in Washington?
Mr. Speaker, as she and the House would expect, full due process was followed during this appointment, as it is with all ambassadors. The ambassador has repeatedly expressed his deep regret. He is right to do so. He's now playing an important part in the US-UK relationship.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister if he knew. The fact that he didn't answer indicates that he probably did know. I wasn't asking a question about process. I was asking a question about his judgment. The Daily Telegraph reports today that while Lord Mandelson was Business Secretary, he brokered a deal with Jeffrey Epstein while he was Business Secretary, and that this occurred after Epstein had been convicted of child sex offences. Given this new information, does the Prime Minister really think it is tenable for our ambassador to remain in post?
Mr. Speaker, the relationship between the US and the UK is one of our foremost relationships, and I have confidence in the ambassador in the role that he is doing.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is embarrassing that the Prime Minister is still saying that he has confidence in a man who was brokering deals with convicted child sex offenders while sitting in government. That is a disgrace. This government has repeatedly refused to declare Lord Mandelson's full interests. And as part of the appointment, there will have been extensive government vetting, including details and timings of Peter Mandelson's dealings with Jeffrey Epstein. So will the Prime Minister publish all these documents, including those about his interests?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I say, full due process was gone through in relation to this appointment, as would be expected. As for the publication of documents, as she well knows, that's subject to a procedure which includes an independent element. Be subject to the usual procedure.
Kemi Badenoch.
The Prime Minister cannot answer any questions. That is not the behaviour of someone who has full confidence. The Ambassador should be in the White House talking about how we respond to an incursion into NATO airspace. Instead, he is giving interviews about himself to The Sun. This is a man who already had to be removed from cabinet twice, and now we learned that he was brokering billion-pound deals with Jeffrey Epstein while business secretary. I didn't get a proper answer. He's talking about process. This is not about process. This is about judgment. Just last week, I told him that he should sack his Deputy Prime Minister. They all cheered and congratulated themselves. She was gone 2 days later. His face too is broken, and he's got a totally new front bench. So I will ask him again, will he make sure that these documents are published, and will he actually instruct Peter Mandelson to publish all his correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, she says the ambassador should be in the White House discussing NATO. He is, as we all are, with a number of international calls this morning and on Ukraine, as well as the attack in Doha yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I see she's finally catching up with the questions that she should have asked last week about the Deputy Prime Minister. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we have been opened up a new schools-based nursery. On Monday, we had the Defence Industrial Strategy. On Tuesday, we published NHS league tables to push up standards. We reopened Doncaster and Sheffield Airport yesterday. And today, we've set out how we're repairing the concrete in our hospitals.
A load of waffle and whataboutery, Mr. Speaker. All they are interested right now is their pointless deputy leadership election while the country is out there suffering from an economic crisis. The Prime Minister has an ambassador mired in scandal, not focusing on NATO. He lost his Deputy Prime Minister just last week for evading taxes. He's got a new Home Secretary, a new Foreign Secretary, just learning the ropes, not able to help with this issue. We have strikes crippling our capital city and damaging our economy. He could use minimum service legislation, which we introduced, to make the lives of the people out there better, but he won't because he does not have the backbone to face down the unions. The unions are running this government. All the deputy leadership candidates are chasing after them. And while with this government, it is more strikes, more scandal, more chaos. And the link, Mr. Speaker, isn't the link between all of this his bad decisions, his bad judgment, and his total weakness.
Mr. Speaker, our Deputy Leader contest started this week and ends on the 25th of October. Their leadership contest has been going on for months and will continue for a very long time. And all this noise from the arsonists whilst we're putting out the fires that they left behind. Interest rates and waiting lists, Mr. Speaker, down. Wages, investment and deportations up. And now we're stepping up defence spending, creating new jobs, driving up standards in our NHS and rebuilding our crumbling schools and hospitals. This is a government of patriots fighting for working people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government is getting our NHS back on its feet with 20,000 fewer patients on waiting lists at my local trust since the election. But there is still more to do, including making it easier to see a GP. So can the Prime Minister set out how this government will give my constituents in East Worthing and Shoreham access to the healthcare that they deserve?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased we've made progress on the NHS. We promised 2 million extra appointments in the first year of a Labour government. We've delivered not 2, not 3, but over 4 million extra appointments. with 2,000 extra GPs and clearing up the dangerous rack in our hospitals. The National League tables, Mr Speaker, that we published this week will make sure that investment goes where it's needed most, and our 10-year health plan will see neighbourhood health centres in every community to treat patients closer to home. There's more to do, but we've made a lot of progress.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in sending our condolences to His Majesty and the royal family on the death of the Duchess of Kent? And can I echo the Prime Minister's condemnation of Netanyahu's attacks on Qatar? These are not the actions of a leader truly focused on getting hostages home, and I hope the Prime Minister will say that directly to President Herzog later today. On Suicide Prevention Day, Mr Speaker, can I thank all working to prevent suicides, from professionals to charities like the Samaritans. Mr Speaker, when I talk to parents of disabled children, there's one complaint about government that comes up time and again. All the hoops they must jump through, from EHCPs to the DWP to HMRC. Caring is exhausting enough without all the forms and rules that show no understanding of the realities of life as a carer. It's something Emily and I know well. It's something that our former Deputy Prime Minister brought attention to last week. So will the Prime Minister work with carers across this House to overhaul systems for family carers so government works much better for people looking after their loved ones?
Well, I do agree with him. There are too many hurdles and too many hoops that have to be gone through, and that's why we're simplifying the system, and we will, of course, work across the House with all those who want to achieve that outcome. Can I also just thank those dealing with suicide prevention? I think probably everybody in this House knows someone who has taken their life, and it touches all of us, and we must do everything we can together to prevent suicide.
Sir Ed Davey.
Moving on, Mr Speaker, as the Leader of the Opposition said, Lord Mandelson has admitted to continuing his relationship long after Epstein was convicted, and that there are more embarrassing details we don't yet know. Mr Speaker, people will be surprised by the Prime Minister giving Ambassador Mandelson such strong support today. So can he tell the House, has the Prime Minister asked the Ambassador what other compromising material the Trump administration might have on him as he leads Britain's negotiations with the White House?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I've made clear to the House, a full due process was gone through when the appointment was made.
George Newbury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent Connor Edwards lives with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and craniocervical instability, which in his words means his head is slowly falling off his body. Having once enjoyed fishing and mountain biking, at the age of 30, Connor's now largely bedbound and says his condition has destroyed his quality of life. He's also having to crowdfund for treatment in Spain because the NHS can't give him the help he needs. Could the Prime Minister ensure that myself, Connor and EDS charities get a meeting with the Minister to discuss what more we can do to give thousands of people like Connor their freedom back?
Mr Speaker, I've read through the details of Connor's case that just been summarised. It is heartbreaking. I do thank my honourable friend for consistently campaigning and championing all of those that are affected. I will make sure that he gets the meetings that he needs so we can hear from Connor and others and learn from their experience.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr Speaker, Gaza is a graveyard, but rather than end arms sales, extend sanctions and stand by international law, the Prime Minister will today welcome into his home, a home entrusted to him by the people of these Isles, the man who called for the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and who signed the artillery shells that destroyed their homes, their families and their friends. A man who will ignore every word the Prime Minister says. Would he invite Vladimir Putin into number 10? Would he invite Benjamin Netanyahu into number 10? What does it say of this Prime Minister that he will harbour this man whilst children starve?
Mr Speaker, for the record, we have suspended arms that could be used in Gaza, we have sanctioned extremists, and we suspended trade talks. But the point he raised is a very serious one. We all want an outcome that ensures peace, that the hostages get out, that aid gets in, and there's a two-state outcome. It is the only way we will get peace in a region that has suffered conflict for a very, very long time. I will not give up on diplomacy. That is the politics of students.
Bill Lesterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about fracking. It contaminates the water table. It causes air pollution. The test drilling in Lancashire led to earthquakes. So will the Prime Minister stand up to the climate deniers? Will he ban fracking once and for all? And does he agree that those who are backing it are supporting fracking stupid reform?
Mr. Speaker, we will ban fracking for good. And let's be absolutely clear, the biggest risk to energy prices is staying hooked onto volatile international fossil fuel markets. And in stark contrast to reform, they're ignoring local communities, they're putting green jobs and investment at risk, and committing to higher bills by warning renewable companies not to invest. That is shocking.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few short weeks ago, a constituent of mine died in a tragic fire at the Lady Bailey Residential Park in Winterbourne, Whitechurch. That was attended by 50 Dorset and Wiltshire firefighters and others. This summer alone, 900 grassland, woodland and crop fires have equalled the busiest year on record for that fire service. I extend my thanks to all of them for all that they do. He will be aware that rural funding is always an issue, and the funding of the delivery of rural services is always a challenge. Would he arrange for a meeting with the relevant minister in the Home Office for the senior officials at that fire service and me to meet to discuss the needs of our rural area to ensure that my constituents and those across the counties of Dorset and Wiltshire are kept as safe as they possibly can be?
Can I say I'm very sorry to hear about the particular case that he raises, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House with the friends and family of the constituent that he's referenced. And our thoughts are actually with all of those affected, particularly farmers, and I want to join him in thanking our firefighters who've worked tirelessly to keep people safe. We have provided Dorset and Wiltshire Fire and Rescue Authority with an increased budget of almost £75 million, but I will make sure that he gets the meeting that he asks for to ensure that we can properly support our firefighters and protect our farmland.
John Trickett.
Thank you, sir. And this morning I spoke to the parents of a young man who's unemployed in my constituency. There are 20 people on the dole in my area for every job that's been advertised. Unemployment is a personal crisis and a social crisis. Will the Prime Minister join with me in reminding the House that unemployment is not a price worth paying, which the opposition party clearly believes? And will the Prime Minister indicate that he will break with the failed economic orthodoxy which suggests that such a thing is true?
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that the employment rate is up, inactivity is down, and we've created over 380,000 jobs since we've been in power. Mr. Speaker, going further, as a proud Yorkshireman, he will know and he will welcome the reopening of Doncaster Sheffield Airport just yesterday, made possible by the decisions that we've made. That's a Labour mayor working with a Labour government to create jobs across the country.
Mr. Speaker, 51 Israeli arms companies are exhibiting at the DSEI Arms Fair in London this week. Some of them even boast that their products are battle-tested. We all know what that means, used to kill men, women and children. So this government often asks us what more we expect them to do when it comes to Gaza. Here's one. Will the Prime Minister stop Israeli arms dealers from parading their Gaza-tested weapons on UK soil?
Mr. Speaker, we have very clear and strict rules in relation to this, and we have taken action in relation to arms sales.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Prime Minister for his sympathy and words of condolence regarding the sudden and untimely death of Hefin David, our Welsh member of the Senedd for Caerphilly. His contributions over the last 18 years as a councillor and a member of the Senedd since 2016 were always relevant, witty and incisive. And our thoughts are with his partner and his family. Now, Drone Evolution is a manufacturer based in Caerphilly, and Airbus and Newport West are just two of the companies that will benefit from Labour's investment in defence. So can I welcome this new defence industrial strategy and ask the Prime Minister to update the House on how the new defence growth zones will create more jobs across Wales and beyond?
Well, Mr Speaker, Hefin was a proud Welshman and champion for Caerphilly. And we send our love and support to his partner Vicky, his daughters, to his family and his friends. Wales does have a thriving defence sector, and I'm delighted it will host one of our new defence growth zones. That's investing £250 million to make defence an engine for jobs and growth across the United Kingdom. That's what you get, Mr Speaker, when you have a Labour government in both Cardiff and Westminster working together to deliver for Wales.
Andrew Rossendale.
Mr Speaker, sir, my local borough commander in Romford tells me how much valuable police time is being wasted investigating trivial social media posts and non-crime hate incidents. Shouldn't the police be patrolling our streets rather than moderating the internet, Mr Speaker? So, will the Prime Minister commit to urgently updating the Public Order Act to reflect the realities of the digital age so that our police are focused on tackling real crime and upholding freedom of speech rather than suppressing it?
Well, Mr Speaker, I've been clear on a number of occasions. I do want the police to concentrate on serious crime and on crime that matters most to our communities in each of our constituencies. I've said that before and I'll say it again today.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much. People in Crackley and Bradwell and right across Newcastle under Lyme are sick and tired of antisocial behaviour going untackled. I welcome the government's commitment to taking back our streets, but we need action. So will he join me in urging the Conservative Police Commissioner in Staffordshire to use the resources that he's been given to support our local police and to finally get a grip so my constituents can live their lives free of hassle and, most importantly, safely?
Well, Mr Speaker, the party opposite decimated neighbourhood policing. People should feel safe in their communities, and that's exactly why I've committed to putting 13,000 additional police personnel back in our town centres and communities. That means, Mr Speaker, there'll be a named police officer in every community armed with tough new respect orders to break up antisocial behaviour. And these powers are contained in our crime and policing bill, which the party opposite and Reform voted against.
Mark Pritchard.
His Majesty's Prison Stoke Heath in Shropshire has seen 6 deaths in custody in less than 2 years. That is above the national average. Will the Prime Minister join me in calling upon the Ministry of Justice to ensure that there are enough resources and the right governance is in place at Stoke Heath?
The Secretary of State for Justice will look into this and take up the suggestion, and I'll arrange for a meeting as soon as possible.
Simon Offer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Vaccinations were invented in Berkeley, in my constituency, 230 years ago, and as a GP, I have jabbed literally thousands of children and adults. Would the Prime Minister update the House about our new rollout of chickenpox vaccinations, which will further protect our children? And would he also agree with me to condemn other political parties that give platforms for people who spread false rumours about vaccination?
Well, my honourable friend speaks with great authority, and I'm proud that Labour are protecting 500,000 children by rolling out the chickenpox vaccines. In stark contrast, the man who wrote Reform's health policy has made shocking and baseless claims that vaccines are linked to cancer. And that's been endorsed by Reform leader. They laugh at it. These dangerous conspiracies cost lives, and it shows that reform can't be trusted with our NHS.
Charlotte Key.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seneca Solar Farm, which runs through my constituency, was given permission by this government, and there are more solar farm applications in the pipeline. My constituents are concerned that these are being made without a land use framework, which would have provided reassurances that the competing demands for land are balanced effectively. Will the Prime Minister make a commitment to give the land use framework statutory weight to ensure that land is used strategically to get the best for new, clean, renewable energy, which genuinely benefits communities and for farmers, nature, water and housing?
Mr. Speaker, it is important that we move to renewables in order to have energy independence and to keep our bills down, and this will benefit lots of communities, including her own. I do want to reassure her constituents that we will, of course, follow process and that they will always have a say in any decisions that we make.
David Pinto-Tyczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leasehold system is fundamentally broken. Thousands of leaseholders in Hendon are getting a raw deal, paying ever-rising service charges for ever poorer service. It's why I welcome the government's commitment to end the feudal system of leasehold once and for all. Will the Prime Minister share with the House what action this government is taking to help leaseholders and bring in a system of common hold?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the last government shattered the dream of home ownership. We are reforming the outdated system so leaseholders receive stronger rights, powers and protections. We will bring to the end the feudal leasehold system, reinvigorate common hold and deliver the biggest boost to social and affordable housing in a generation.
Dr Al Pinkerton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since May, my Surrey Heath constituent, Sue, has received thousands of pounds worth of fines after a criminal gang in London cloned her number plate and went on a rampage through the capital. In an age of increasingly sophisticated digital security, the number registration system seems like a remarkably analogue anachronism, is ripe for abuse and is failing drivers. Will the Prime Minister look at my presentation bill laid last week, pick it up, and strengthen legislation, ensure police services have the tools they require to tackle this growing crime and to protect law-abiding motorists?
Well, can I say I'm sorry to hear about his constituent. That's an awful situation for anyone to find themselves in. I'll, of course, look at his bill.
Dr Rupert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister recalls visiting the Ukrainian community of Acton with me soon after Putin's illegal invasion. They still fondly do, and they wanted me to ask him, next week at Trump's state visit, can he harness his unique role with US influence and the coalition of the willing in Europe to the max and redouble all efforts to find a just peace with security guarantees for them and war crimes punished so that we can end this war that's gone on far too long?
I do recall the visit. It was extremely good and very welcoming. And our support for Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, remains unwavering. And the attack last night in Poland shows that Putin's belief that he can somehow act with impunity. And that's why we're working so hard with the coalition of the willing to ensure that there are security guarantees as we go forward. Made real progress in recent weeks. We must continue to ramp up the pressure on Putin.
Terrible.
Mr. Speaker. Today is the 10th annual Back British Farming Day. And given the Prime Minister is so keen on resets in recent weeks, will he reset his relationship with our farmers and reverse the family farm tax?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we're doing. We're working with the former president of the National Farmers Union, Baroness Minette Batters, to review farm profitability. Mr. Speaker, this is the key issue. We are delivering the 25-year farming roadmap, and of course we've struck a deal with the EU, which is of great benefit to farmers, which of course they all say they will reverse. Mr. Speaker, that's on top of the £5 billion that we put into farming in our last budget.
Final question, Liz Twist.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Suicide Prevention Day. It can be scary to talk about suicide, but we need to. So many of our constituents will know or love someone who has taken their own life. or they may have suicidal thoughts themselves. But suicide is not inevitable, it's preventable, and everyone has a role to play in saving lives. So will the Prime Minister reaffirm this government's commitment to preventing deaths by suicide and say how the government is tackling this vital issue?
Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking her and paying tribute to her for her work as my PPS for the last 14 months. She has worked tirelessly with huge commitment and respect across the whole of this House. In relation to suicide prevention, I think this is something that matters to everybody in this House. I will reaffirm our commitment, and I'll work across the House with all members to deal with suicide prevention.
We'll let the front benches change over. We now come to the urgent question. Callum Miller.
Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs to make a statement on the implications of Israel's strike in Gaza for peace and stability in the Middle East and on UK foreign policy.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK government is deeply concerned by Israel's strike in Doha yesterday. As the House heard a few minutes ago from the Prime Minister, he and the Foreign Secretary have condemned these flagrant violations of Qatar's sovereignty, which will set back the cause for peace and risk further escalation in the region. The Prime Minister spoke to the Emir of Qatar to express the UK's solidarity and support and to reaffirm our shared commitment to regional stability. The Prime Minister also gave his condolences for the death of a Qatari security officer killed in the attack. Sadly, Qatar's Ministry of Interior has overnight confirmed the death of a second person. Qatar is playing a critical role, Mr. Speaker, in mediating this conflict, driving efforts to secure a ceasefire and to facilitate vital humanitarian access to Gaza. That must remain the priority. This government continues to support them in their efforts to push for an immediate ceasefire, for the release of all hostages cruelly detained by Hamas, for the protection of civilians, and the unrestricted flow of aid into Gaza as the vital first steps towards long-term peace and stability. This is the only way to achieve lasting peace and security for Palestinians and Israelis alike. That is why we are working with partners to develop a framework for peace that addresses governance, security, humanitarian access and political reform. Negotiation, not more violence, is the way to achieve that. We are actively working together with our international partners, including the G7 and the UN Security Council, to coordinate efforts aimed at de-escalation and reiterate our full support for the sovereignty of Qatar. Earlier this week, the Prime Minister met with President Abbas to discuss the intolerable situation in Gaza, the need for an urgent solution to end horrific suffering and famine, and the Palestinian Authority's reform agenda, vital for a two-state solution. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will meet President Herzog of Israel and reiterate the UK's grave concern following yesterday's strikes and reiterate that man-made famine in Gaza must end and the renewed offensive in Gaza must not happen. We will continue to push for a political resolution to end this conflict and strive towards a lasting peace.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this application for an urgent question, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his statement. Last night's Israeli strikes against Hamas officials in Gaza heralded a new and grave escalation in this terrible conflict. Prime Minister Netanyahu's willingness to strike Doha will undermine efforts to secure the release of the hostages still held in Hamas captivity and set back the path to a desperately needed ceasefire. Liberal Democrats have called for more diplomatic pressure to be placed on Hamas by the Qataris, including with the threat to exile Hamas's leadership from Doha unless we see the immediate and unconditional release of the remaining hostages. That is the kind of diplomatic pressure which must be brought to bear. Instead, the Israeli government has chosen a path which even President Trump, Netanyahu's biggest cheerleader, appears appalled by. And let me be clear, Liberal Democrats support the right of the State of Israel to exist and its right, like all nations, to defend itself. Yet Israel has obligations under international law and duties to its allies, both of which it has breached. Can the Minister confirm whether any UK entity, including the Joint Command at the Al Udeid base, were informed by Israel of the attack in advance? Can the Minister confirm that, in addition to what he's already said, that in his meeting with President Herzog today, the Prime Minister will condemn yesterday's attack in the strongest possible terms and make clear that the UK views this as a flagrant breach of international law? Last night's strikes are, of course, inseparable from the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. They further eroded our collective hope for an end to the suffering of both Gazans and the hostages. And so it is time for meaningful action by this government. Will the Minister confirm that the UK will take the steps necessary today to end the export of F-35 parts to Israel? And in light of the further egregious breaches of international law directed by Netanyahu overnight, will he confirm that President Netanyahu will be sanctioned?
Mr. Speaker, as you would expect, I won't be commenting on sanctions from the dispatch box, as is our usual practice. The Prime Minister set out to this House his intentions for his meeting with President Herzog. Later, I can confirm that the Foreign Secretary met with President Herzog this morning and raised these points among a range of others, including the urgent need both to ensure aid into Gaza, but for further Israeli support to British efforts to medically evacuate injured children and fully funded scholarships to the UK.
Thornbury, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What happened overnight illustrates a problem, a huge problem, that the new Foreign Secretary is going to need to deal with, and I'm pleased that the Minister will ably be helping her. But the problem is this. There is an emboldened far-right Israeli government who believe that they can do whatever they like and there won't be any consequences.
That's right. Yeah,
and on the other hand, we have a country like Qatar who is genuinely working towards peace. I know the Minister has met the ministers. I have met them too. They couldn't be more sincere in the efforts that they're making, and they get bombed for their efforts. The question really is, for the new Foreign Secretary, is how can we make sure that we aren't just bystanders and are actually playing an active role in dealing with this issue? And in what way will the Prime Minister be able to convey such a message to President Herzog this afternoon?
I thank my right honourable friend for the question. It is vital that at such serious moments the UN Security Council plays its full part. So I can confirm to my right honourable friend that the UK is supporting calls for an emergency session of the UN Security Council this evening. The Foreign Secretary will be joining calls with her E3 counterparts this afternoon, and we will be discussing this matter, as she would expect, with a range of G7 allies, including the United States.
Here comes his Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
This is clearly a very, very serious moment for the Middle East, and no one in this House wants to see a spiral of escalation of hostilities. Israel and Qatar are both important and value strategic partnerships for the partners for the United Kingdom. And we value and recognise the extensive efforts by the Qatari government to secure the release of hostages and their work towards securing a ceasefire. It is tragic, as the Minister has already highlighted, that security guards were killed in this attack. But I think, Mr. Speaker, there are some fundamental issues here, and many of these points have been made from the dispatch box time and time again, that this is a moment for our country. Britain must contribute to and provide the British expertise that is necessary when it comes to the conflict resolution and support strong regional initiatives, including back in Qatar and the Qataris when it comes to releasing the hostages, but also achieving a ceasefire. On top of that, of course, we have to be working with our allies in the United States. And looking ahead to next week with the visit from President Trump, this is a crucial, crucial moment. And there can be no equivocation anymore as this issue just continues to inflict the region day after day after day. Mr. Speaker, it's also true that we certainly should not be mourning those Hamas leaders who have been killed. They have held innocent hostages in terrorist captivity for over 700 days, and they were responsible for the atrocities of the 7th of October 2023, which also killed British nationals. In recent months, Israel has been removing terrorist actors across the Middle East, the leadership of the Houthis, Hezbollah, and malign individuals in the Iranian regime too. Now, of course, that does also mean that our government must play a strong role and stand firm when it comes to degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities and that malign influence in the region. So, recognising the sensitivity of the situation in the Gulf, can the Minister confirm what actions he and the FCDO will undertake to stabilise efforts to secure the release of the hostages? What proactive steps are being taken to degrade Hamas and their capabilities? And of course, how do we work constructively with our partners in the region to drive the right outcomes, including a ceasefire?
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for the important questions. I can commit that the British Government is fully committed to efforts with our Gulf partners, with our partners across the G7, to try and ensure that the negotiations currently ongoing come to the conclusions that we wish to see. Those are conclusions both in the short term. We have long repudiated Hamas's hostage-taking. The hostages need to be released immediately, as must humanitarian aid get into Gaza. But as I said in response to the Honourable Gentleman's question, there are also other questions about governance and security and the long-term prospects for a Gaza, a West Bank, a state of Palestine and a state of Israel living side by side, and we are fully engaged in that diplomacy, as she would expect. On the wider questions which she points to of fragility in the region, she will be familiar with the decisions that we took in relation to snapback. I imagine we'll return to discuss Iran in greater detail at some point in the future. I'm conscious that there were developments over recess. We have triggered snapback, and we will continue to return to the House to discuss the threat of Iran's nuclear programme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The longer Israel is allowed to act like a rogue state, bombing sovereign countries with impunity and expanding its war in the Middle East, the weaker our words look. Gaza, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, Syria, Tunisian soil, and now Qatar. Why are we meeting Israel's President Herzog today when his own words and those of Netanyahu show a complete disregard for international humanitarian law?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to the work of my honourable friend on a whole range of questions, including efforts currently underway to try and ensure the successful evacuation of vulnerable people from Gaza. It is important that we raise our concerns directly with the Israeli government, both in order to try and contribute towards a diplomatic process, but also to try and secure the practical and tangible help required to get people out of Gaza. The British Foreign Office cannot, on its own, secure the speedy departure of those we wish to see.
Andrew Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, do not the events of yesterday underline the critical need to secure a ceasefire, but above all, to move into a political process? And will the Minister commit? We're all very pleased to see that the Minister continues in his role following the reshuffle. Will he commit to try and build on the important work that has been done by Egypt, Turkey, Qatar and Saudi Arabia to affect that peace process? All of them have underlined that there is no place for Hamas in Gaza or anywhere else in government following the events that have taken place.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the kindness of the Right Honourable Gentleman's words and those I heard from behind me as well. I am continuing in my role and will look forward to returning to this House in the usual way. He is right to emphasise the importance not just of the statements and words of the UK and our Western allies, but the very important commitments that have been made, particularly in July, but since as well, by Qatar, Egypt, Turkey and a range of other states who have a real role to play in both mediating the immediate pressures and trying to end up in, as he says, the more permanent ceasefire that we want to see.
Florence Eshelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for outlining the strongest condemnation of the attacks and a blatant disregard for Qatar's sovereignty. I refer members to my register of interest, having visited Qatar last year and speaking with the ministers there, seeing how diligent they are working day in, day out to secure the ceasefire, secure the hostages and get that urgent aid in. Does the Minister agree and share my view that Qatar's role in mediating this conflict will be blown into jeopardy by these blatant attacks? And will he continue to make sure that the Prime Minister continues to condemn this when he meets with the presidents later this week?
My friend is quite right. Qatar has played a vital role in this conflict, and I work closely with my Qatari counterparts, not just on the urgent issues of the Middle East, but across a whole range of difficult conflicts. They play a vital role. They are committed, as the Emir of Qatar said to the Prime Minister this morning, they are committed to continue to play that mediation role. I cannot see how such strikes could help them perform that role, but they are committed nonetheless to continue with it, and they have our full support.
Kit Moulton.
Mr. Speaker, the events of yesterday come as no surprise to those of us in this chamber who've been raising the Israeli government's crimes committed in an air of complete impunity. And it should now be crystal clear to the Minister, as it is to so many across the world, that the Israeli government is not interested in the slightest in peace or indeed the fate of the hostages. So in that light, I have two questions. First of all, what military and intelligence assistance will we be providing to the Qataris to allow them to defend themselves against further attacks? And secondly, will the UK be adding its voice to the growing calls across the world for the formation of an international protection force to enter Gaza and enforce a peace?
Minister.
On the first point, we are committed to Qatar's security and defence. We have a close relationship with them on both, and we are, of course, in constant discussions with the Qataris about the importance of that collaboration. On the second point, on a protection force, and perhaps taking advantage of the question from the Right Honourable gentleman who was the Secretary of State for the Department for International Development when I was posted in South Sudan with a Chapter 7 UN peacekeeping force, at the time with the most far-reaching mandate to protect civilians. We cannot in this chamber pretend that UN peacekeeping forces are able to impose peace where there is none. There must be a ceasefire negotiation. In Juba, I saw, as did the world, the horrifying ethnic cleansing that followed the inability of the UN mission to protect people. You must have a ceasefire. It is easy to get distracted with other alternatives, but the truth is, it is only a ceasefire that will protect civilians in Gaza.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that any preemptive strike under Article 51 is normally regarded as being justified only when a threat is imminent, that Article 2(4) states that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. And Article 48 states measures taken by members in the exercise of this right of self-defence shall be immediately reported to the Security Council. Does my honourable friend agree that international law and the preservation, strengthening and more of the rules-based system is vital for the peoples of this region, the wider world, our ally Qatar and the UK? And will he make it clear to Israel that we expect them to obey international law?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do expect Israel, alongside all of our allies, and indeed every state, to abide by international law. He sets out the relevant tests of self-defence and imminence. As I say, the UK is supporting an urgent session of the Security Council this afternoon on this question.
Mr.
Speaker, members of this House have already outlined the reasons why Israel has violated international law by attacking Qatar. Will the UK government therefore lay down a motion at the UN to condemn the actions of Israel?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the UK is supporting a motion for a session of the UN Security Council this afternoon. If that is granted, I'd expect it to be in the evening our time.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Israel is a rogue state that blatantly disregards international law. This bombing was a blatant attempt to scupper peace negotiations. Pleading with Israel will do no good. So how many more war crimes, how many more violations of international law are necessary before the government imposes the tough sanctions on Israel that are needed to force it to stop this?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've covered the sanctions point earlier in the session.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Speaker. I was surprised but disappointed that there was no word from the Secretary of State in relation to the terrorist attack in Jerusalem on Monday, where terrorists opened fire on a bus, killing rabbis and women. The reality is that Hamas leadership not only condoned the attack, but praised the attack. Does he agree with me that it's essential we get to a point of a ceasefire which agrees with the release of all the hostages without conditions, and Hamas surrendering their weapons and agreeing to demilitarise Gaza?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising the attack in Jerusalem, which I condemn utterly and outright. It was barbaric, as he says. Women and rabbis killed. The UK has no truck with it. We condemn it outright, just as we condemn all such activities by Hamas, the taking of hostages, October the 7th, and the long litany of terrorist attacks which they are responsible for and glorifying.
Mohammed Jassim.
Speaker, Benjamin Netanyahu's extrajudicial killings against a sovereign Western ally exposes his rejection of peace and deliberate escalation of atrocities in a clear violation of international law and diplomacy. He has destroyed the peace talks and acts with impunity. The UK government has rightly condemned these actions, but when will it uphold international law, call out the Israeli Prime Minister as a warmonger and perpetrator of genocide, and end arms sales to Israel and impose the severe sanctions his conduct demands?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister set out some of what our government has done in relation to suspensions of arms sales and sanctions on extremist figures in the Israeli government, and I won't belabour the point here. I would simply say on peace talks, the Emir of Qatar is clear. They will continue in their mediation role. We should not count out peace talks while the Qataris themselves rightly continue to try and push them forwards.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Israel's bombing of Doha was the action of a state which knows it can act with complete impunity. Once again, the Netanyahu regime has shown that international law simply does not apply to them. And for so long as this government ignores the overwhelming evidence of the genocide in Gaza, so it can profit from the sales of weapons to Israel, that situation will continue. So could the Minister tell us, unless of course this is just another example of the performative condemnation we've seen so often from this government, what exactly will the consequences be for Israel for this egregious attack on Qatar?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've set out some of the steps that we are taking in relation to this strike, including supporting an emergency session of the UN Security Council, discussing with our allies, including the E3, which the Foreign Secretary will be doing shortly. I wouldn't wish to be drawn further as we discuss this very important incident with our allies. I would just take issue with the honourable gentleman's characterisation. The conflict in Gaza is not a question that relates primarily with UK arms. We are a tiny supplier of residual arms. We have suspended all of those arms that could be used in Gaza. There are other states with much fuller arms relationships. The honourable gentleman says 15%, when in fact he means 15% of components of the total F-35 supply, not the less than 1%, which is the truth about the total supply to Israel.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is absolutely right to call for a session at the United Nations. Nobody can think that attacking the people trying to broker peace is going to lead to a ceasefire. But ahead of that, this country must have made some assessment of the case for that session and indeed the case for a motion. So can the Minister tell us what the assessment has been made by his officials as to what the civilian casualties and whether this strike explicitly is proportionate under the boundaries of the laws of armed conflict as set out in international law. If we go to the UN, what is the case that we will be making?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to be drawn on a casualty tally from the UK. Qatar has, as I set out in my response, been quite clear about their own assessments, and these things tend to develop in the immediate aftermath of a strike, so I won't be drawn on casualties or the numbers of people struck. Qatar, quite rightly, will release that information when they are available. My honourable friend asks about what are the international law tests against which this strike must be judged. They are self-defence and imminence, and in any session of the UN Security Council, those are the tests that we would expect Israel to be able to satisfy.
Sir Julian.
Mr. Speaker, it's not only on this issue, but on many other issues that Qatar, as well as Saudi and other Middle East nations, have developed a real niche and leadership in mediation and conflict resolution. Would the Minister look at our own conflict resolution unit and resources and spend, and now double down on how we are working with the Qataris on all of their mediation efforts?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, which is an important one. The strength of our relationship with Qatar on conflict mediation and our own capabilities are a very important area of work. I myself was a negotiator in the Foreign Office, understand deeply how important it is, as of course was our National Security Advisor. I have been due a further discussion with my Qatari ministerial counterpart. It regrettably is continually delayed by events in the region, but we hope to have it soon.
Abdul Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Qatar is an ally and a key negotiator and mediator in a Gaza ceasefire talks, committing atrocities in Gaza, illegal settlements in West Bank, marching into Syria, attacking Lebanon, Iran, Yemen, and now Qatar. This Israeli government has proven itself to be a rogue ally to us and a dangerous neighbour. Minister, at what point does the UK draw a line in the sand and call out this Israeli government for what it is, a danger to peace in the Middle East?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his long commitment on these issues. I think he has heard my condemnation and that of the previous Foreign Secretary, the current Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister of many of the Israeli government's actions in relation to Gaza and the West Bank and indeed elsewhere. Where we disagree with the Israeli government, we are clear and forceful in saying so.
Charlie Maynell.
Mr. Speaker, given Israel continues to act with impunity, what new levers will our government use within its power to take action such as travel and trade and putting restrictions on those, air and sea delivery, given that land delivery of aid is so appalling, and again, the F-35, we are breaching international humanitarian laws. Can we please stop doing so?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't like to get ahead of the courts on the question of F-35. There was extensive legal argumentation in the Al-Haq case, which did not find in the way the honourable gentleman suggests. On the question of air and sea access to Gaza, both methods have been tried. The UK supported airdrops alongside our Jordanian partners over the summer. Such was our desperation in order to try and get aid into the Strip. But we cannot escape the fact, Mr. Speaker, that airdrops are at best a pinprick in the overall scale of need. There is an aid operation which works, has a track record, and that is the United Nations operation that was operated. Sea was also tried, particularly under the late period of President Biden. It was not found to be an effective mechanism to get aid in. Where we can get aid, even if it is small, we will do so, Mr. Speaker, but I cannot pretend from this dispatch box that any alternate methods other than the land routes and UN support can reach the scale of need that is required.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to see the Minister back at the dispatch box, so whether he's equally as pleased to come back here once again to answer questions about the illegal actions of the Israeli government. Look, we've had a situation here where one of our allies has unlawfully attacked another of our allies. Given we are standing quite rightly with the Qataris in their particular situation, isn't it time we accepted that because of the actions in Doha and also their continued starvation and murder of innocent civilians in Gaza, that we recognise that this right-wing Israeli government and this extreme right-wing Israeli Prime Minister are no longer allies of ours.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his kind words about my reappointment. I recognise the force of what he says in relation to Israeli politics. It's not appropriate for one foreign minister to comment on the internal politics of another country, but you can see from the sanctions that I announced from this dispatch box in June the strength of this government's feeling about, for example, the rhetoric of Mr. Smotrich and the rhetoric of Mr. Ben-Gvir. It has been deeply disheartening to see it repeated over the course of the summer, but where we can, we demonstrate in the strongest possible way the strength of our feeling on these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The events of earlier this week in Jerusalem and the events yesterday prove, I think, a point that the two extremes in this conflict have actually no interest in peace. Hamas benefits from the violence, and the right wing of the Israeli government also profit as they seek to expand the territory and to subject the Palestinian people. I agree entirely with my right honourable friend from North West Hampshire, and I just wanted to amplify the points that he made. Given the fact that Trump and the American administration now appears to be as annoyed with Israel as the rest of the world following yesterday's events, is it now not time to call Israel's bluff through the United Nations to seek the engagement of blue helmets or some similar force to say we have got as an international community people on the ground. Don't you dare fire into that area. Let us now trigger a talk for peace. Because without that catalyst, those two extremes are just going to continue. And the performative merry-go-round of here we go again, condemnation, another statement, another UQ, is going to continue. And I fear that in 3 or 4 years' time, there will be rubble in Gaza. Israel will be even more of a rogue government, but we will be no further forward.
Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for the question. He is absolutely right about the risks in Gaza. We have seen that rubble grow. The British government would support international forces to go into Gaza with the agreement of the parties. I spoke in response to the member of North West Hampshire of my own experience of the limitations on peacekeeping forces where there is no peace to enforce, and we are depressingly clear-eyed about the continued intent on both sides, in exactly the way that he says, to continue conducting violence.
Steve Witham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past month alone, Israel has bombed Palestine, bombed Lebanon, bombed Syria, bombed Tunisia, bombed Yemen, and yesterday, for the first time, bombed Qatar. What is the government's legal assessment of the strikes on Qatar, and does it consider them a violation of international law?
Mr. Speaker, we utterly condemn the violation of Qatar's sovereignty in the way that the House heard from the Prime Minister and in words released this morning. In terms of what the international legal tests are, they are, as my honourable friend for rugby set out, to do with imminence and self-defence. There will be a session of the UN Security Council. It will be for Israel to demonstrate how they are consistent with those tests.
Liz Sutherland.
And about it, today of all days, after an illegal attack on peace brokers Qatar, it is shocking to see the UK put out the red carpet for President Herzog, who's dehumanised Palestinian suffering and incited violence against civilians. His government is being seen to pander to politicians who flout international law. He rightly calls for a ceasefire. When will he call what is happening in Gaza a genocide?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, President Herzog is in the UK on a private visit, so I wouldn't characterise the visit as one in which the red carpet is rolled out. And I would just reiterate, this House, rightly, so many colleagues behind me, but I'm sure in front of me as well, are so conscious of the urgency of helping people out of Gaza, ensuring that aid gets in, and ensuring that there is a ceasefire. President Herzog is the head of state. He is not a functional part of the government. He is an important conduit to raise these concerns. The Foreign Secretary sought this morning, amongst other things, to ensure greater support from the Israeli government in order to get children with injuries, in order to get students out. These are difficult practical matters on which we are focused. I understand that perhaps the benches over here would prefer that we did not conduct such talks, but the practical problems of helping people in Gaza are what I am focused on, what the government is focused on, and that is what the Foreign Secretary has raised already with the President this morning.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning on Radio 4, an Israeli politician, Fleur Hassan Nahum, offered no apology for the Israeli attacks on Qatar and could not explain what makes Israel exempt from international law and acting with impunity. So how does the Minister justify the genocidal comments of President Herzog? These individuals must be held accountable. And this is not diplomacy, it is shameful complicity. And does the Minister agree with me that today's meeting with Herzog should never have taken place?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I set out the position in relation to President Herzog's visit just a minute ago, and I'm not familiar with the Israeli politician in question, but I can say that the UK considers international law binding on all states.
Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the atrocious terrorist attack in Jerusalem, I have to agree with the Honourable Lady for Walthamstow when she says that blowing up your enemy's negotiators does not exactly suggest an interest in a negotiated solution. But I would like clarification on the government's position about recognition of a Palestinian state. On the 1st of September, the then Foreign Secretary said that he proposed to recognise a Palestinian state, but that Hamas would not benefit from it because they would have to be disarmed. Does this mean that Hamas must be disarmed before recognition, or will recognition go ahead, as seems to be the case, whether Hamas is disarmed or not?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary then and now have both been clear that the Prime Minister will make a determination in advance of the UN General Assembly High-Level Week in accordance with the language set out in the statement of July. The Honourable Member makes important points about what the previous Foreign Secretary said about Hamas's position. We must remember that Hamas are not in favour of two states. They are in favour of one state from the river to the sea, and that is not the position of the British government, nor the position, should we take the decisions outlined in the July.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. We all want to see peace, hostages returned, and an end to the man-made famine in Gaza. But this attack on a sovereign nation so closely tied to the peace talk undermines all of that. It's as awful as it is counterproductive. So what can we do to ensure that the pursuit of peace is more than just lip service to the Netanyahu government?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has been a persistent advocate on these questions, and I look forward to continuing to answer his questions from this dispatch box. He shouldn't, though, I think, be more pessimistic about the prospects of continued mediation than the Qataris themselves, particularly given that they are very much on the closest edge to this. We will continue to support them in their efforts. They are vital, and for all the reasons that we have discussed this afternoon, the only way through.
Dr. Ellicher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We keep talking about a ceasefire, but how can one be achieved if one side is intent on killing the negotiators from the other side? Attacking peace negotiators is simply reprehensible. It undermines any possibility of the only thing, dialogue, that has any chance of bringing a resolution to the horrors in Gaza. This isn't the action of a state seeking peace, it's the action of a rogue state operating with impunity outside international law, completely crossing red line after red line. So I ask the Minister again, given that repeated crossing of new red lines, what action will he match his condemnation with? Will he stop all arms sales, all military cooperation, all intelligence sharing, all defence deals, current and potential future ones with Israel? And will he sanction Netanyahu and all officials complicit in the war crimes and genocide in Gaza?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out already in the session our condemnation of the strikes, and I've set out already both in relation to sanctions already taken against extremist figures in the Israeli government, and indeed the other measures that we have taken. In relation to action on that follows from the strike on Doha, the Foreign Secretary will be shortly in touch with her E3 colleagues, and we hope that there will be a Security Council session this evening.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. I do pray that one day he will come to dispatch box with good news for us, to be absolutely frank. In my surgery at Oxgang's Library on Saturday, a UK Palestinian woman came to see me. She brought date cookies which had been freshly made by her mother. I'd hoped to save one for you, Mr. Speaker, but it proved not to be possible. She spoke passionately, and she was really concerned about the visit of the Israeli President to the UK. And I did speak about what the government's been doing, actions that I've supported, which I do believe have saved lives. But I think the actions, what we've seen from Qatar, I think Netanyahu's made a fool of us. And I fear that he's going to continue to make a fool of us. So is it time to change direction, to avoid this happening again? Avoid us taking a stand, asking for a ceasefire, demanding a ceasefire, but Netanyahu just laughing at us?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that my honourable friend's constituent didn't reserve a cookie for me, but I'm grateful for the important question that she asks. For the reasons I set out before, it is important that we continue to engage directly with the Israeli government, particularly on those questions like the evacuation of vulnerable people from Gaza, on which their cooperation is essential for any further progress.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several of our partners in the region, in North Africa and the Middle East, have expended a great deal of political capital in trying to achieve a rapprochement with Israel in recent years. And he will be aware, for example, of Morocco and its work, its leadership in achieving the Abraham Accords. What does he think this attack has done to them? And what confidence can they have now that Israel is truly embarked on a quest for peace in the region?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, even in advance of the events yesterday, nations in the region who had taken the step of signing the Abraham Accords are signalling disquiet, most obviously and signally the United Arab Emirates, who released an important statement on this question. I will not seek to speak for our Arab allies, but I am sure that they will be looking at the events yesterday with great concern, and I'm sure the honourable gentleman will have seen the number of statements that have issued from the region over the course of the last 24 hours.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A man-made famine in Gaza, increased settler violence in the West Bank, and now this attack on sovereign Qatar. I do fear that these are not the actions of an Israeli government committed to peace. Yeah. With that in mind, can I ask my honourable friend to urge the Foreign Secretary to speak to our friends and allies and find out what more we can do to pile concrete pressure on the Israeli government to get round the table and seek that ceasefire we so badly need?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his commitment to these issues, and I can confirm that the Foreign Secretary is practically, as we speak, in consultations with friends and allies about what further steps we might take.
Dance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've said this before. So many constituents from Yeovil, some as young as 11, have told me they are so frustrated that Britain is not doing more. Will the Minister reassure my constituents that the Government is doing all it can to make sure that these strikes do not break down the peace process completely and enough aid gets into Gaza now?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman's young constituent is absolutely right, and I can reassure her and him that we are doing everything we can to try and ensure that the mediation continues, that progress towards a ceasefire is made, and that, of course, aid gets into Gaza.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Blessed are the peacemakers, or so we're told. So it seems particularly wicked that Israel can deliberately target the country that's doing more to promote peace than any other in the region. Isn't the tragedy of the Middle East that actually the Palestinians in Gaza and the Israelis in Israel are governed by deeply unpopular extremists who have no interest in peace on either side? And after this week's appalling murder in Jerusalem at the bus stop, the Israeli government imposed collective punishment on the villages where those terrorists came from, and they removed hundreds of work permits and proceeded to start demolishing many, many homes. So doesn't Netanyahu's decision to bomb Qatar prove beyond doubt that he doesn't care about the hostages, that there's much collateral damage as any Palestinian child, and that Israel is now a rogue state, and the UK must have severe sanctions against this rogue state to prove our word?
Minister.
I'm glad to be answering questions to my honourable friend again, who's been a persistent advocate on these questions. The depth of concern about events, of course, the attack in Jerusalem was horrific, as I said to the honourable gentleman from the Conservative Party. The developments in the West Bank, both over the summer and before, are deeply concerning, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising them. We will continue to keep all measures under review, as he would expect. We have taken far-reaching actions, 3 waves of sanctions, which in particular have been targeted on violent settlers, and we will continue to keep such options under review as developments proceed.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts behind Israel's strike. First of all, we had a bunch of terrorists who have been sitting in the safety of Qatar for years, organising and financing acts of terror, including the mass murder of civilians in Israel this week, and boasting about their involvement in it. Is it not an advance that those people are eliminated and it is made clear to them that they will face the consequences of the terror which they organise? And by showing them that they will be pursued, punished and will not win, is it not more likely you'll drive them to the peace table rather than continue their acts of terror?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've condemned the strikes, and I do so again. They violate Qatar's sovereignty. The question of the facts of the strike will obviously be now contested, and as I said earlier, the Qatari government is releasing those facts as they conduct a full investigation following them. There are, regardless of anybody else, there have been Qatari officials killed in this strike, and it is a violation of Qatar's sovereignty. So for that reason alone, it is worth condemning.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Could I ask the Minister what security information is now shared with Israel, and is the information collected by the more than 600 RAF flights over Gaza being used to guide the Israeli bombardment of buildings in Gaza City and other places? Are we still continuing security cooperation with a country that has bombed almost every neighbouring state over the past year?
Mr. Speaker, for reasons the House will understand, I won't give a lengthy commentary on security and intelligence matters, but I can confirm to the right honourable gentleman that we do not provide any information to aid in targeting strikes in Gaza in the way that he describes.
John Cooper.
As a seasoned diplomat, does the Minister recognise that there is a danger here that we're holding Israel to a different standard? When America reached out into Pakistan to snuff out Osama bin Laden, the architect of 9/11, we were taking them to the bar. When Israel reaches out with a precision decapitation strike on the leadership of Hamas, we want to take them to the bar of the International Court.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman does make me feel rather seasoned, as I was in Pakistan at the time. As I said earlier, the tests on international law are self-defence and imminence. Not every state agrees on the thresholds for self-defence and imminence, but it is the expectation of the British government with all of our partners, allies, indeed every state, that they demonstrate how they are complying with international law regardless of who they are.
Christy John.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to have the Minister's confirmation that despite yesterday's egregious actions by Israel, Qatar is going to continue its commitment to pursue the peace that we all long for in the Middle East. But to that end, the government has said that before the United Nations General Assembly, it would commit to a state of Palestine if Israel failed to meet certain conditions. Can the government tell us, has Israel failed to meet those conditions? And will the government recognise Palestine as a matter of urgency?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will make a determination on the question in advance of the high-level week of the General Assembly. That is not long now. The whole House can see the development of events in the region and indeed the language we set out in July, and I won't wish to get ahead of the Prime Minister before he makes that determination.
Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My Lib Dem colleagues and I have repeatedly called on the government to introduce further sanctions on Israel, calling for sanctions on Ministers Smotrich, Ben-Gvir and now the Prime Minister Netanyahu and his cabinet. Does the Minister agree these are the people who are responsible for creating a famine in Gaza and continuing the killing of innocent civilians?
Thank you.
What a nice language. Minister.
As we discussed last week, Mr. Speaker, the circumstances of the famine in Gaza are horrifying, and it is absolutely obvious that the restrictions on aid into Gaza, for which the Israeli government are responsible, are contributing very significantly indeed to those circumstances. The Israeli government have raised methodological concerns with the IPC judgment. Those methodological concerns arise from the fact that there is not free access into Gaza. We stand by the IPC, we stand by the judgments that they've made, and it is clear that the restrictions of the Israeli government, on which I have been clear at this dispatch box innumerable times, have seen myself at the border, are responsible for those circumstances.
Ayab Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had a number of ceasefires historically, each one being violated by the Israeli government. This recent attack in Qatar is a clear example that the Israeli government is not interested in a ceasefire. It's interested in a genocide taking over the whole of the Gaza Strip and West Bank. We see that with their actions and with what they say in the public arena. So I asked the Minister, with all the levers that we've spoken about in this House, none have seemed to have had any impact. It's like a toothless tiger that we say we're going to apply this pressure and that pressure, nothing seems to be done. This blatant, unlawful attack on Qatar requires punishment. So does the Minister not think that the immediate recognition, unconditional recognition of a state of Palestine is a form of punishment and would go further to a ceasefire than what we are talking about?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I set out in response to the Honourable Lady's question earlier the process by which we'll make the determination on the recognition points that we set out in July. That point is very soon. The high-level week of the UN General Assembly is just weeks away. So the Honourable Gentleman will have an opportunity to question, I'm sure, me and other members of the government after the Prime Minister has made his determination. I do not think it is right that we should think of recognition as a punishment. It is a reflection of our long-standing commitment to a two-state solution, if that is indeed the determination that we make. And it is unlikely in and of itself to ameliorate the horrifying famine and the many other sources of agony that flow to the Palestinian people at the moment. That does not mean it may not be the right thing to do if the Prime Minister makes that determination, but this House should not think that should we make that determination, that it will necessarily bring any immediate improvement in the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Qatar has used its good offices for diplomatic negotiations for many years.
Taliban representative secretly arrived in Qatar 15 years ago and subsequently attended peace conferences in Japan, Germany and France. If the UK and our allies let these strikes by the Netanyahu-led government go, it could be a precedent for strikes on other intermediaries in the future. How is the government encouraging our allies to introduce sanctions on members of this far-right Israeli government?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out the consultations with our partners that will be happening today and I'm sure over the coming days. He is right about the role of Qatar over the years, including the Taliban talks that took place there for some time, and we've discussed already the questions under international law about states striking other states.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In respect of sanctions, the Honourable the Minister will be aware that I asked the then Foreign Secretary last week whether he would support making sure that the UK had no involvement in the proposed LBET contract, that's either commercial or governmental, that there is absolutely no use of the Akrotiri air base in Cyprus to the advantage of the Israeli military, and there's absolutely no trade with the illegal settlements in the West Bank. Yeah. Can we confirm that with the change of guard that position remains the same and that he will make sure that it's followed through? Yeah.
Minister.
I can confirm that the British government's position remains that as set out by the then Foreign Secretary last week.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined the House in its condemnation of the attacks against civilians in Jerusalem this week. The impunity and military support afforded to the State of Israel over the past 77 years, and as it carries out the ongoing genocide in Gaza and wider Palestine, has emboldened its leaders to launch assaults in Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Tunisia, and now Qatar, killing thousands and forcing millions there to flee their homes across the region. Is the Minister not concerned that the British government's continued support for a rogue state perpetrating repeated violations of international law will lead to Israel invading other countries and undermine the UK's security and credibility on the world stage? And does he agree that Qatar has a right to defend itself against this unprovoked illegal attack?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have set out our position in relation to a whole range of Israeli government actions with which we disagree. So I'm not sure I would characterise our position in the way that he did. And I've set out our position on the relevant questions of international law already, as far as I'm able.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether the Attorney-General will publish any advice he or the government have received on whether there has been breaches of international law during the conflict in Gaza? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's more properly a question for the Attorney-General. I think there's been some correspondence between him and his shadow, but I'll revert on what the latest Attorney-General's position is on that question.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After having witnessed the Israeli army massacre over 60,000 people in Gaza, 19,000 of whom are children, the blood-soaked tentacles of the Israeli army are now reaching closer to home, especially in my case. Yesterday afternoon in Doha, my niece, with her daughter, was spending loving times together in the library when the bomb by the Israeli army, which this government fails to condemn as committing a genocide, dropped a bomb 2 to 3 streets away from where they were. The building shook, smoke everywhere, and up till this point, my niece's baby is still asking, will it happen again? So I asked the Minister, will it happen again? And what is this government going to do beyond empty words? When are we going to call for a complete and utter arms sales, completely stopping every single arms sales to Israel, impose economic, political and social sanctions, and use all its power to get aid in desperately into Gaza?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered these questions on arms and sanctions already in this session. I want to be clear. We have condemned these strikes. We do not want to see them again. We are discussing these matters with our allies, including, we hope, at the Security Council this evening. We will no doubt keep the House updated as how those discussions go.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Minister for his very confident replies to the questions today and wish him well in the role that he plays. And these things are never easy, but the Minister, I think, has done quite well. Loss of life is regrettable, of course, in all situations. This House must also condemn the callous murders of 6 innocent Israelis, including 2 rabbis and women, the day before the attack in Doha took place. Does the Minister acknowledge that UK must share pertinent intelligence with Israel to ensure that targeted attacks take place so that Israel can cut the head off the Hamas snake? And then, and only then, can there be peace for Israel and Gaza by ensuring that the Hamas threat is targeted, eradicated and effectively?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his kind words. I've set out clearly our absolute opposition to Hamas on a whole range of questions, but I've also set out our understanding of international law, why we condemn these strikes and why we do not want to see them repeated.
Right, that completes the urgent question. We'll move on to the next one. From bench change over. Come to the urgent question. Chair Secretary of State, James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Defence if he will make a statement on the violation of Poland's airspace by Russian drones.
Minister.
This is my first, Mr. Speaker, this is my first UQ in the House and a very serious topic to be discussing. Last night, as we know, Poland shot down multiple Russian drones that had entered its airspace. Poland stated that the drones were part of a coordinated Russian attack on targets across the border in Ukraine. But it's a barbaric attack on Ukraine that they go through every evening, but this is an unprecedented violation of Polish airspace. Deep enough, indeed, for Warsaw Airport to be closed. I would like to thank, in particular, the Polish and NATO air defence forces for responding rapidly and effectively to protect the alliance. The areas affected were border regions in Belarus, on the border of Belarus and Ukraine. Poland temporarily closed the airspace and some airports. Emergency alarms were issued for the regions affected, but airspace and most airports have now luckily reopened. Mr. Speaker, Russia's actions are absolutely and utterly reckless, unprecedented and dangerous. It serves to remind us of President Putin's blatant disregard for peace and the constant bombardment of innocent Ukrainians face every day. In response, Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk has announced that Poland will request to invoke Article 4, NATO Article 4, which allows any ally to consult with others when they believe their territorial integrity, political independence or security is threatened. The Prime Minister has been in contact with Prime Minister Tusk to make clear, absolutely crystal clear, the UK's support for Poland and that we will stand firm in our support for Ukraine. The Defence Secretary is meeting E5 counterparts today and will discuss what additional support we can provide, including to reinforce Ukraine and strengthen NATO, and we stand in full solidarity with our ally Poland. We condemn this action. We say to Russia, your aggression only strengthens the unity between NATO nations. Your aggression only strengthens our solidarity to stand with and beside Ukraine. It reminds us that a secure Europe needs a strong Ukraine. With our allies and partners, and through UK leadership of the coalition the willing, we will continue to ramp up the pressure on Putin until there is a just and lasting peace.
Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question. Can I begin by expressing our total solidarity with the people of Poland? As the opposition, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the government in support of our strong NATO ally. Hear, hear. Poland is a great nation and a great friend of Britain. Our thoughts are with their people, and we fully support all efforts to rally our NATO allies and ensure that Poland's invocation of Article 4 is responded to in the swiftest possible time. This is an unprecedented violation of Polish and NATO airspace that must be met with total condemnation and a robust response. So must the latest bombings of Ukraine, as Russia continues to target civilians and conduct unprovoked war of aggression without any regard for human life. Can the Minister share with us what, if any, judgment they have been able to form on the precise motivation for this drone incursion? If it is the case that this was designed to test NATO's resolve, is it not the case that Putin will have already seen how strong that resolve is to stand united against this aggression? We understand Dutch F-35s were directly involved in supporting the Polish military response and that fighters from other NATO nations may have been scrambled. Is it not sobering to reflect that the F-35s from the Netherlands followed us in rotating air support for Poland, and therefore that if this incursion had occurred just weeks ago, RAF Typhoons could have been directly involved? On the specifics of our joint NATO response, can the Minister say more about what invoking Article 4 means in practical terms for the UK and our allies, and what the next steps are? Importantly, can he outline what discussions the UK government has had with our US counterparts on these developments? And above all, given that this incident involved use of lethal Russian drones against a fellow NATO member, what further steps is the government now considering to constrain Russia's ability to threaten our closest allies and to provide further support to Poland? Finally, in light of the Norway deal, the Minister will be aware that one of the largest ever defence export deals concluded under the previous government was the sale of ground-based air defence to Poland. In the week of DSEI, doesn't this show why such industrial collaboration with our allies is important not just economically but in defending our close allies? And to conclude, there are those who may question the nature of the Russian threat or question the need to significantly increase defence spending. But these events should leave nobody in any doubt that the threat extends beyond Ukraine, and therefore that we must continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, with Poland and all our NATO allies.
Minister Cairns.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his response and also the bipartisan support for what is a really serious issue. So what is NATO Article 4? For clarity, Article 4 is a consultation mechanism. If an ally perceives its territorial integrity, its political independence or its security is threatened, it can invoke Article 4, and that's what Poland has done. Discussions would then take place in the North Atlantic Council, NATO's senior political body, of which the UK will absolutely and of course be involved. I mentioned early on in my speech the status of the attacks. Poland stated that the drones were part of a coordinated Russian attack on targets across the border in Ukraine, but that doesn't in any way, shape or form excuse those attacks. Those attacks are an unprecedented violation of Polish airspace and unprecedented scale. And then I would just like to confirm that I agree that the industrial collaboration we have with our allies and partners is absolutely essential as we move forward, as NATO moves forward, and as our partners and allies' relationships move forward, to make sure that we are prepared in any way, shape or form for an escalation or indeed an existential crisis should it come across us. We're doing a huge amount to lead our allies and partners with response to Ukraine. Just as we speak, the Secretary of State is with the E5. He is talking about the coalition, the willing. He's talked to Poland representatives already. And of course, we're leading the way in that coalition, its formation, its structure, and of course, how it's going to deploy, should it need to do so if peace ever comes to Ukraine.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister's statement? Isn't it the case that this again is not an example of what Russia really believes in, and that is complete annihilation of Ukraine? It doesn't care what collateral damage it does elsewhere, although I believe this was a deliberate move by the Russians in terms of sending drones across into Poland, and I welcome what the Polish response and the NATO response was. But isn't this an example of where really we need to be talking about ramping up support for Ukraine in terms of industrial cooperation, in terms of making sure they get more munitions, more equipment, quicker and better, and ramping up sanctions as well. And may I add one final thing? I think we need to consider, with the budget coming up, how we ramp up and increase further defence expending ahead of the recent targets being set out.
Minister Cairns.
So I'd like to thank the honourable friend for his question and also his support for defence as a whole. I completely agree that the Ukrainians are going through a serious violation of international law by a barbaric and reckless leader within Russia. They are feeling and experiencing bombing, drone attacks, ballistic missile attacks, which you can't hear, subterfuge, sabotage, hostage taking, and huge, large-scale kidnapping of children. Air raids go off every night in Ukraine, reminiscent of World War II. The wailing of those sirens just alone have a psychological impact that will last long after any war finishes. So why today is this happening? Well, it's because of Putin's barbaric, unprovoked, illegal invasion of a sovereign state. And we must continue to do the maximum amount to ensure that we support Ukraine and encourage their allies and partners. But we have done a significant amount. If you will recall, the last UDCG, we did a 50-day drive to deliver more for Ukraine. 50 days on from that, we had 5 million rounds of munitions, 60,000 artillery shells, rockets, missiles, 2.5 thousand uncrewed systems, 30 vehicles, 200 electronic warfare and defence systems. And then on top of that, we had a 70 million plan to provide 350 air defence missiles, and then finally 150 million to provide air defence and artillery. We are at the leading edge. We have been for a long time in supporting Ukraine, and we will continue to do so long into the future.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Overnight, Poland faced down an unprecedented violation of Nato and Polish airspace. The latest act of belligerence by a Russian dictator hell-bent on recreating the Russian Empire. This is a stark reminder that history cannot repeat itself. These drones were part of Russia's latest large-scale assault on Ukraine, where 450 drones were launched. And we thank the Polish Air Force for protecting the NATO alliance, and we stand with our allies. No matter what President Trump believes, it's clear that Putin is not stopping. And he is not considering peace, he is testing NATO's limits. A line has been crossed, and we must collectively stand up to this aggression. This government must take tangible action. So will the Minister take forward the Liberal Democrat proposals to end the import of products processed from Russian oil in third countries, stop UK companies shipping or ensuring Russian liquefied natural gas, and push for a further cut to the oil price cap? As Tusk said this morning, actions speak louder than words. The strongest action that we could take would be to seize the frozen Russian assets across the UK. So will the Minister commit to doing that today?
Yes, Mr Cairns.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her contribution and, of course, her support for defence. I think she brought up a really valuable point, that those that don't read history are doomed to repeat it. This was an unprecedented attack. It was unprecedented violation of Polish airspace. We are working exceptionally hard with the Polish to ensure they have everything they need, and indeed our broader NATO alliance. We already have significant sanctions on Russia. And I know there's work going on between the Department, the Ministry of Defence and the Foreign Office to look how we can move that forward, and we'll update you in due course.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The appalling attack on Ukraine and the violation of Polish airspace yesterday simply highlights the increasing and devastating use of drones in modern warfare. I've been contacted by Hartlepool constituents today expressing their anxiety and fear as to what this might mean for our shores. So could the Minister share the plans of the government to ensure that the UK's drone and air defence capabilities meet the challenge of the changes we're seeing in modern warfare?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his friend for his contribution, and you'll know that I'm pretty passionate about the need for us to increase our uncrewed systems portfolio. We've already committed within the Defence Industrial Strategy and in the SDR to create an uncrewed centre of excellence that will help us rewrite our doctrine and concept, but also integrate drones back into the military and ensure we have a high-low mix of 5th and 6th generation capability massed with low-end, hopefully, uncrewed systems. Every night, night on night, we have seen an increase in drone attacks on Kyiv and cities from Dnipro to Zaporizhzhia and to Kherson and back again. It is increasing on an unprecedented scale. Some could argue that Putin has been emboldened recently, but we are seeing it increase, and we must do everything we possibly can to support the Ukrainians.
Mr Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr Speaker, I recommend the honourable friend's, gentleman's statement just now and about our support for Poland. Of course, we have to support Poland, and it's quite right that we should do so. But I can return him to the main issue here, which is Russia's intense bombing attacks on Ukraine. I recently came back from Ukraine, and you could, every night in Kyiv and Lviv and the other towns, people are being killed by this brute. So the question really remains for us. This is just an example of what is going on across the border at a greater scale. So I ask the government, have they really made overtures to the US President to say the time is over for these constant statements that we may do something, we will do something, we will do some sanctions? Surely now we have to get the US to massively up the level of sanctions, which is what Russia fears. Also, European nations have now got to be told you cannot buy any more oil or gas that has been run through India or wherever. That has to stop. We have to make that work, and we have to make sure that at the end of it all, that Russia now pays a penalty right now, and understand it. And will the British government please take this opportunity when the President comes over? Enough is enough. Please act and get this thing done.
Minister.
So I'd like to thank the right honourable member for his contribution and his stalwart support both on defence issues and issues of foreign affairs. Our sanctions programme has been pretty impressive to date, and I can almost guarantee that when the US comes over, there will be discussions on a whole range of topics, of which Ukraine will probably be central to it, alongside other issues within the UK. Imposing a penalty on Russia is exactly what we have done, and actually bipartisan, when the last government was in, led the way on. We led the way on equipment into Ukraine, and we are continuing to do that. We've seen a huge uplift in the amount of resources going into Ukraine, both financially and, of course, weapons, but importantly, industrial build across Europe. And that's not just in the UK, that's across all of our European nations, because industry is required to maintain the pace, the scale of this conflict, which I think have caught people out in the past.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I follow on the question from the right honourable gentleman? The reality is that Putin's got emboldened, hasn't he, since he met President Trump? No longer is the pressure for an immediate ceasefire, only we'll get to a long-term, distant peace arrangement, which is not going to happen, as we all know. And the threat of further sanctions from the US, which he was really frightened about, has now apparently been taken off the table. So when President Trump comes over here, can my honourable friend engage with our colleagues in the Foreign Office to try and put pressure on President Trump to say we should recognise that the one thing that can be done now to get President Putin to back off and properly look at a ceasefire is further sanctions from the US to marry those that ourselves and European colleagues have put on?
Minister.
I would like to thank the honourable friend for his contribution, and that's three different people that have talked about sanctions, so it absolutely has sunk in, and we will discuss this with our cross-government colleagues in due course. I would not underestimate the ability of the Americans to act. It's down to the American people and American government to decide so, but I wouldn't underestimate it over the short, medium or long term. And I think one of the key points we have here, by having a US visit of such a level, gives us the opportunity to discuss these issues in person and really highlight what's important to us. And it talks to the importance of being in the tent to have these discussions, both as a government and everybody and every party in this wonderful place.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's be clear, it's no accidental violation of NATO's airspace, of course Poland's airspace, but as NATO members, one could argue it's actually a violation of our own airspace. And is it not clear that Russia is testing NATO's resolve, and Putin will ruthlessly exploit any real or perceived diplomatic, military or political weakness? And I get the Minister's point on calibration and proportionality. I get that. But what does a robust response mean? And following on from the earlier question from the Labour benches, what about UK air defences, given there are many, many Russian ships in the English Channel and around all of these isles where drones can easily be deployed?
Minister.
So I'd like to thank the honourable member for his contribution. The intelligence agencies will be able to provide the best analysis on this, so I'm not going to jump to conclusions as to the intentions of this attack. But it has been clear over several years now that there has been consistent testing of of NATO as a whole. Whether that's 20,000 cyber attacks from hostile states in the last 2 years, whether that's the use of chemical radiological weapons on UK soil, and to name a litany of other incidents. When it comes to the strategy, I fully support the Ukrainian strategy of fight and talk, and to keep the pressure on the Russians to ensure that they come to the table. And I fully support a US-led peace process, but it must be central to the Ukrainians' view, and they must lead it from their perspective.
Oliver Ryan, after which I will call Steve Darling. Oliver Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to hear the Minister's resolve and indeed the whole House's united condemnation and shock at these outrageous attacks. The UK must stand firm for NATO, with Poland and Europe, and increase our support actually for Ukraine and neighbours including Estonia, Latvia, Finland, Lithuania and elsewhere. What steps has the Minister taken, I think following on from the question before, to review our own defences in light of recent events?
Minister.
So, first of all, we are fully in support of our NATO allies and also, of course, our Baltic allies. The last time Article 4 was invoked was 2022, and that was by many of our Baltic allies, and that was on the invasion of Ukraine. It's been invoked 8 times, and the most recent one, obviously, this morning. When we talk about air defence, I'm not going to give the details of our operational capabilities here, but we have a suite of capabilities. What I would say, if you were to read the Strategic Defence Review, the Defence Industrial Strategy, there's a large proportion on industrial rebuild here in the UK and supporting our allies with joint ventures and partnerships to re-establish the military-industrial base of Europe in these unprecedented times. Central to that will be air defence.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand that Ukraine holds approximately 190 billion frozen Russian assets. Press reports today suggest that they are showing a level of flexibility in their stance of releasing them as long as they get some legal guarantees from the European Union around risks that they may face. Is the government supporting the European Union to unlock this opportunity that could help support efforts in Ukraine?
Minister.
Thank you, the Honourable Member, for his question. We support the ability to get resources into Ukraine in any way, shape or form. On this specific matter, I will take that away with both the Home Office and our cross-government colleagues and get back to you specifically on the answer.
Della Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our constituents with links to Poland will be understandably terrified at last night's development, but they will also be reassured that the Polish people, just as the Ukrainian people, do not stand alone. NATO Supreme Headquarters confirmed that last night we saw not just Polish air defence, but Dutch F-35s, German Patriot batteries and Italian early warning aircraft all involved in the mission. Now, the EU High Commissioner has talked about increasing their involvement in the Eastern Shield project, which we are already part of. Can the Minister update this House about his conversations with our European counterparts about last night and what more we will do to stand with the Polish and the Ukrainian people? Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. And first of all, I'd like to thank both Polish and NATO air defence forces for the disrupting that attack that took place yesterday. As you'll know, the defence sector is with the E5 at the moment, and they've discussed a specific issue. And as we look forward, we are working towards a bilateral defence and security treaty with the Polish.
Ben Obsijekti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently visited the Royal Air Force in Poland during their recent deployment in the enhanced NATO air policing role on Obchesman and saw firsthand RAF Typhoons scramble to intercept a Russian SIGINT Kut Alpha. Poland feels the threat from Russia much more keenly than I think we appreciate in this House.
Very good point.
I raised in the drones debate last week with the Minister that we have a paucity of counter-UAS capability. Whilst we obviously don't face the risks that Poland do or have plans such as Shield East, what steps is the government taking to ensure our own territory, critical infrastructure and military bases, both here and overseas, each possess an organic capability that can be brought to bear?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. We need to have an integrated air defence system with our European and NATO allies, absolutely, and we must also look after our critical national infrastructure. That's why the SDR and the Defence Industrial Strategy really has a focus on that industrial rebuild, of which a part of that is air defence. We're also working with our Ukrainian allies to learn from them best practice and pull that back to here in the UK.
Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, the shocking escalation of hostilities by Russia is not only a deliberately provocative act, but threatens all NATO states. An ironclad response is now required. Will the Ministry, with NATO partners, be unequivocally reminding Russian and Belarusian counterparts of NATO Article 5 and that an attack on Poland is an attack on all NATO partners, including the United Kingdom?
Minister.
So we will absolutely do that. It's worth noting Article 4 and Article 5 are not linked, but nevertheless, we will be going all out to remind all of our allies and partners of the severity of this situation and, of course, the continuing barbaric nature of Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
Charlie Maynard.
Could the Minister outline what this government is doing to highlight and explain to the citizens of our country what our obligations are to Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and all of our NATO allies under Article 5, and the role that the Joint Expeditionary Framework plays, or force plays, with the Baltic 3, Nordic 5, Netherlands and the UK? Thank you.
Minister.
I think the member brings up a really important point. One of the biggest impacts to cost of living across this country is the war with Ukraine and Russia. It's having a second, third order effect that affects everyone in the country. I think it's really worthwhile reminding our citizens of that. That if Article 5 were being enacted, that we would have an obligation to defend. And that is so important when we look at focusing on our foreign policy and where we need to prioritise our resource.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK and Poland have a very close defence and security relationship, and they are one of our most important European allies. So what plans does the Minister have to strengthen this relationship and that with our other allies? And does he agree that we need to do all we can to calmly make clear to our population here that the defence of the free world is being tested and that we all need collectively to be resolute in our response?
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for the question. For 24 years in the military, I've never seen it so fractious or fragile as it is, particularly today. And I think it's on all of us to make sure the population understands the risk in the geopolitical environment that surrounds us and gives us a standard of living that we have here in the UK. When it comes to Poland, we're working towards a bilateral defence and security treaty with them, which will deepen ties and industrial partnership.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I believe this was a deliberate attack by Putin to test the resolve and the resources of NATO, and we will see more of these in the coming weeks, months and years. What I've also seen is that Russia were very quick on disinformation and pumping the airwaves in the cyberspace. Can we ensure that we're providing all resources to counter disinformation, because it is a battle space across NATO countries?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable and gallant member for his contribution and his support to defence affairs. It's worth reminding us, and sometimes we're quite disparaging, that NATO is the most effective military alliance ever seen in history. And its numbers and its capacity far outweigh some of our adversaries. One of the areas I do believe they have a fantastic command capability is information operations, but actually we all collectively as members of Parliament play a part in it. And that's by taking the messages that we have today and making sure our nation and individuals within our constituencies understand the second and third order effects of potential escalation.
John Woodcock.
Thank you very much. For many years, Banbury has been home to thousands of Polish citizens who will understandably be very concerned at events over the past 24 hours. Can the Minister reassure them that not only is our relationship with Poland steadfast, but that this government is taking steps to strengthen it in spite of Putin?
Minister.
The one thing that Putin's actions have done is they pull NATO together, they forge alliances, they forge partnerships, and they focus us in on the barbaric nature of Russia's aggression. I've worked with the Polish in the past. We have a great relationship with the Polish. They are increasing defence spending. There are industrial opportunities there. And of course, we have great cultural ties with Poland, whether that goes to the Polish serving in the Air Force in the Second World War, all the way through to the latter years. So we are fully behind Poland, our allies and our partners.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first congratulate and salute the brave air crew that intercepted this flagrant breach, not just of Poland's airspace, but of international rules-based order. I don't believe for 1 second that this was some inadvertent mistake. I think this is classic Russian playbook. They were probing NATO in that attack, and they'll continue to probe until they come up against the resistance that they deem worthy of a change in policy. Russia responds in two ways. One is for strength and one is for weakness. And if they see weakness, they will continue. So can the Minister help us understand in the House what that robust response to that flagrant attack will look like?
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, when these incidents take place, it forges the alliance and it focuses it, and it takes away any friction because we create unity of effort. And so it's a mismove by Putin to think that it doesn't really make NATO stronger. And if we're looking at sort of deterrence, whether it's by punishment or denial, one, Ukraine is holding back one of the biggest militaries in the world, and they are being punished, 1 million casualties. And then denial is greater NATO unity and focus on the aggressor that is Putin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This attack by Vladimir Putin on a NATO member and one who's been a leader in resisting Russian aggression and supplying Ukraine is a clear escalation, an attempt, as others have said, to probe NATO defences and intimidate the alliance. Can the Minister assure me that the UK and NATO will not be intimidated and that the Government is considering robust military options to stand up to this bully in Moscow? And closer to home, can he assure me that these attacks will also confirm the urgency to escalate and accelerate our own development of the Type 83 frigate and future air defence system so our country is fully protected in the future as well?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for his contribution to defence. He's a stalwart champion of both Ukraine and defence as a whole. I have never been intimidated in my life. We as a country will not be intimidated. We will not be intimidated, and neither will NATO. And I would just like to reiterate our defence industrial strategy is absolutely critical. Giving weapons to Ukraine is one thing. Building industrial capacity to generate mass is actually how you win wars should you be caught up in one. And that's why the SDR's first 70 pages are all about industry.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
In the Minister's excellent response, he talked about the geopolitical situation. During my time in office, I saw more and more cooperation between Russia, China, North Korea and Iran. And he talked about the emboldenment of Putin. Does he share my concern that the recent show of unity at the Organisation for Shanghai Cooperation summit in China may well have emboldened Putin? And in response to that, it should be a wake-up call for Western democracies, all Western democracies, to stand together in defence of their mutual values.
Minister.
So I absolutely agree that we must stand together for those mutual values, whether that's the right to independence, the right to self-determination, collective security, etc. Yes, he may feel emboldened, but I would argue his actions today has actually strengthened the alliance. It really does galvanise, and I can guarantee the discussions with the E5 and NATO that take place will be absolutely focused at Russia. And that then drives economic growth, it drives spending into defence. And so I would argue it's not just a shot across the border, but a shot in the foot from Putin.
Mr Nash, if you are finally comfortable in the chamber, you seem to have bounced around every seat on the back row. Are you ready to ask a question? James Nash.
I apologise for moving. Poland is one of our closest European allies with a long shared history, and in my region of the East Midlands, that is embodied in our large British-Polish community, whose roots go back over 80 years. In light of last night's attack, what are the government's plans to strengthen our deterrence on NATO's northeastern flank?
Minister.
I think Poland is one of our strongest allies. Poland is interestingly building one of the biggest land forces in Europe. Its recapitalisation programme is of a significant scale because it has a large, obviously, land border. And And so, from my perspective, working with them towards that bilateral defence and security treaty is absolutely essential from our perspective due to the industrial and bilateral benefits that will bring. We stand side by side with the Polish, no questions, no doubts, and we stand absolutely at the centre of NATO defence policy.
Manuela Petgela.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon, we also have a large Polish community who have been alarmed to see Russian drones violating Polish airspace. We all know that if Ukraine were to fall to Putin's aggression, Poland would be next in his sights. How is the government intending to support Poland in defending its sovereignty, and what steps is the government taking to strengthen our own security?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her contribution and thank the Polish members of our constituency for supporting Poland during these times. We have a multitude of different capabilities we've had in Poland that have rotated through. For example, as mentioned by the opposite benches, was our NATO enhanced joint air policing, which just stopped a couple of months ago and was rotated around. We also have a light cavalry squadron there working with the Polish and the US as well. But they are also a central pillar to the coalition, the willing, as we move forward. So everything is done by, with and alongside our Polish allies.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join the Minister in his condemnation of this clear escalation against our Polish allies? My honourable friend will know that in my constituency of Burton and Uttoxeter, we have a large Polish diaspora who are extremely concerned about their country and fearful of further Russian attacks. What assurances can he give to the Polish community in my constituency but across the country, and what work will he do across government to support the Polish community at this difficult time?
Minister.
The assurance we can give is that NATO is the most effective military alliance of all time, and Poland, the UK and our allies sit central to that. The centrality of that alliance is the best form of deterrence and therefore the best form of assurance to both people in your constituency and across the whole NATO alliance, and is central to our defence policy as we move forward.
Dr. Andrew Murphy.
Speaker, President Zelensky has been consistent in his argument that the invasion of his country is just the beginning and that we are all in the crosshairs. And he made that argument very forcefully, famously, in the Oval Office. Does the Minister not agree with me that what has happened in relation to this violation of Polish and NATO airspace completely vindicates President Zelensky?
Minister.
So I've met President Zelensky several times, and I'm a keen observer of the conflict as it's moved forward. 1 million Russian casualties, a 40-kilometre dead zone on the front line that would reflect any battlefront or front line from the First World War to the Second World War. What is happening there is absolutely atrocious. And I always am really clear that deterrence, yes, peace, yes, but appeasement, no.
Kevin Bonavia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like the honourable member for Huntingdon, I was also part of the excellent Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme visit to Operation Chessman in Poland earlier this year. And I also saw the scrambling of our RAF Typhoon jet going up in the sky to check out suspicious Russian air activity. Now, that was a surprise to me, but speaking to RAF personnel, found that was actually quite common at the time. And then later on, speaking to our Polish counterparts, this is what they are facing in Poland, and the public there are well aware of the Russian threat. Here in this country, I'm not so sure the British public quite get how serious this threat is. They in Poland are on the physical front line. People in Ukraine are paying the horrible price of Putin's aggression. Can the Minister reassure this House and the public that this government is doing all it can to deal with the Russian threat in terms of cyber attacks, its grey warfare on Europe and indeed this own country?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for his question. I think he points on a really important point. We must not alarm the nation. We must not scare the nation. We must be honest with the nation as to the risks, the threats that are posed towards us, our defence, and indeed the citizens of this country. And we need to be clear with that. And that's why, so interestingly, within the Strategic Defence Review, you'll see some talks about military intelligence and the review going on. because we've got to make sure if we're going to explain to the population why we're spending more defence, that it's related to those threats. So we're going to clearly explain it. The SDR has stated that, and then we're going to double down on investment in defence industry to ensure we can provide the assurance that we can contribute to NATO in an absolutely above and beyond meaningful way.
Gavin Robinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in November 2022, the Honourable Member for Witness, the Honourable Member for Angus and myself were in Ukraine with the Defence Select Committee when there was an onslaught of rockets fired into that country, one of which errantly fell into Poland and killed 2 Polish nationals. That day, Poland considered triggering Article 4, and today, clearly, they have done so. But in the intervening almost 3-year period, there has been a growing reluctance to equip Ukraine to defend their skies, and importantly, defend their skies from the skies. So whilst this Article 4 meeting of Member States will consider how we protect the skies of NATO, can the Minister confirm that he's willing to extend that conversation as to how we appropriately and effectively defend the skies of Ukraine?
Minister.
A great question from an individual who I know is a stalwart supporter of defence. There is from my perspective, as we move forward with the Strategic Defence Review, Defence Industrial Strategy, to ensure that we revitalise our defence industry so we can produce, importantly, a mix of high-end systems that can act as high-end air defence, but also low-end systems that can be used in an economic mismatch between cheap and high-end systems. And getting that mix is complicated, but I absolutely know within both the Defence Industrial Strategy and the SDR, we're intent to ensure our British military is equipped with that high, low-end mix of 5th and 6th gen and mass-produced hardware in due course.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I entirely agree with the Minister when he says that NATO is the most successful defensive alliance in history. But the reason for that is that until recently, the commitment of the United States to NATO was never in question. It is in question now because of the nature of the incumbent of the White House. Either President Putin has some sort of hold over Donald Trump about which we do not know, or it's because he successfully flatters him. So when President Trump is in the country, can we point out to him in the strongest possible terms that if, after having had the red carpet rolled out for the killer in the Kremlin, this is the response a couple of weeks later, that shows that Russia is showing nothing but disrespect to the White House and to its occupant.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his continued support to defence. The United States has been really clear that it would like European nations to spend more on defence. It obviously has a multitude of different threats that it has to deal with. What I would say is the US President comes to the UK, we are in the tent. We're going to sit down with him and we will discuss these issues in detail.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
My respect for the bravery of the Ukrainian children, Vladimir, Valeria and Roman, who came to Parliament last night to share their stories as survivors of Putin's war of aggression. Putin's action last night over Polish airspace was a deliberate move to test NATO's reaction, and the response must match the moment. So will the Minister please push for a cohesive plan to seize those frozen Russian assets and funnel them to support the humanitarian mission to support Ukrainians' incredible and inspiring future generation?
Minister.
My heart goes out to both those children and everyone in Ukraine who's going through this and has done for several years now. And I can guarantee the honourable member that there are discussions ongoing now about how we can push the system more to pressure Russia into coming towards the peace table.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister agreed with my honourable friend that industrial collaboration between the UK and Poland is an important part of our relationship. A key part of this is primarily focused on ground-based air defence, and these events surely underline why that is so critical to ourselves and our allies. So can he just say what progress there has been on the UK-Poland joint Future Common Missile programme to create longer-range ground-based air defence for both nations?
Minister.
So I don't have the detail on the industrial partnership. I can write back to you in due course. Air defence is critical, as is making sure that we can secure our oceans, our subsurface and, of course, land.
Jim Alistair.
Deputy Speaker. It's good that across this House there is universal recognition that last night was an attack not just on Polish airspace, but on NATO airspace. And in terms of the response, could I bring the Minister back to the question of sanctions? We have sanctions on Russian crude oil, though sadly there's at least one NATO country which doesn't implement that. But in terms of refined oil, are we not in this country importing considerable quantities of Russian crude oil refined down? And in the recent trade deal with India, was there any attempt to put any restraint upon that?
On the latter point, I'll engage my cross-government colleagues and look into the detail. What I would say is putting pressure on Russia is absolutely our priority to bring him to the peace table in due course, and we're working exceptionally hard to deliver that.
James McCleary.
The Minister was quite right to describe this violation of Polish airspace as unprecedented, but I'm sure you'd agree it's not isolated. In fact, it represents the latest escalation in Russia's campaign of attacks on Central and Eastern European NATO allies. Just last year, shopping centres in Vilnius and Warsaw were set on fire, and the leaders of those countries pointed the finger very firmly at Russian military intelligence. Just last week, a jet carrying the President of the European Union suffered a cyber attack which was initiated by Russia. They're clearly not deterred by the current measures in place. So as a leading military power in Europe and in NATO, could the Minister outline to me what we can do to enhance and reinforce the capabilities of our NATO allies who are on the front line of this confrontation with Russia?
Minister.
I can tell the honourable member we're doing that right now. The Defence Industrial Strategy, the Strategic Defence Review, industrial rebuild will ensure that we have the right arms and enough of them to reinforce the deterrence and, if called to, fight and win.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Russian drones over Poland suggest that Putin is testing NATO's resolve to support its members. Can the Minister push the Prime Minister to urge President Trump and the members of the G7 to produce a cohesive plan to seize the $300 billion in frozen Russian assets held in their countries and funnel this money to the Ukraine front line? That money would then transform Zelensky's efforts to repel Putin's illegal war machine. Will the government commit to doing this?
Minister.
The United States is one of our most critical allies, and when the President of the United States visits the UK, there will be a multitude of different discussions, particularly focused on Ukraine, European security, and of course NATO.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree that we need to take stronger steps to deter Putin, and that starts with seizing billions in frozen Russian assets across the UK and using them to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia, because Putin has showed if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile?
Minister.
As mentioned previously, we've got to continue to push and pressure Putin to bring him to the peace table, and that contains a whole suite of different capabilities, whether that's providing arms to Ukraine all the way through to sanctions, and we'll continue to do so.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Russian drones over Poland were tracked by Polish aircraft, but also by Dutch aircraft that are stationed in Poland. And it reminds us that 4 years ago, Putin sought a rollback in NATO deployments from Central and Eastern Europe. In 2021, Russia demanded outrageously that NATO allies deploy no forces in countries that joined the alliance after 1997. Does the Minister agree that had the US acceded to those demands, we might be seeing devastating consequences in Poland today?
Minister.
So interesting, when we talk about deterrence, there are huge multinational NATO exercises that take place every year. I myself was the Chief of Staff of the Carrier Strike Group on 2021, the date you mentioned, which was cold response, which was the biggest naval exercise in several years to the High North. We demonstrate to Russia on multiple different occasions how effective the NATO alliance is, and if called to, how it will fight and win.
Van Merlo.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I give my thanks to the Polish and Dutch air crews who were involved in the defence of Poland's airspace last night. The seats in their jets may have been manufactured and tested in my constituency on Chargrove Airfield, but that airfield could be demolished thanks to proposals by Homes England to build a new town there. Will he meet with me to address urgently this threat to the UK national security?
Yes.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Honourable and gallant Minister for his elevation? Well deserved. Also congratulate him on his comments and says he will not be intimidated. He speaks for us all. Indeed, I can almost feel a poster campaign coming on, and as it should be, to stand firm. The incursion of Russian drones into a NATO member nation is a slap in the face of the very idea of NATO and must be dealt with effectively and immediately. What discussions will be had within NATO collectively to holding and determining a robust response to the testing of our borders and the resolution to stand fast against Russia? Thanks so much.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and his support to defence. There are discussions ongoing in the E5 as we speak. The NAC has sat and will continue to discuss this issue, and I can guarantee you that the UK will be at the very centre of those discussions, and no one will intimidate this great isle at all.
That is the end of the urgent question on violation of Poland's airspace by Russian drones.
Point of order.
Point of order, Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to seek your guidance on a matter which I believe constitutes a breach of the ministerial duty to respond to members' correspondence in a timely manner. On the 28th of November last year, I wrote to the now former Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology to raise concerns about the absence of legislation requiring service providers to give residents notice before installing large cables on their properties. Since then, I have followed up with the Department on the 22nd of January, the 20th of March, the 28th of April, the 13th of June and the 24th of July. It's now been 9 months without receiving a substantive reply. I understand the new Secretary of State is new in her job, and I congratulate her for that. But this considerably hinders my ability to represent my constituents, and I seek your guidance on how we can get a response.
I am grateful to the honourable member for his point of order and for giving advance notice. Ministerial correspondence is not a matter for the Chair, that all honourable members should be entitled to expect a timely reply when they write to any member of the government. I can see the Treasury front bench nodding in agreement. I'm sure that the Treasury front bench will now make sure that the appropriate department and minister has been made aware and will respond to the honourable member's request as fast as they possibly can. Mr Corbyn, were you bobbing earlier for a point of order? Point of order, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish on a point of order to raise an apology to the House for inadvertently misleading the House yesterday during the debate on the Chagos Islands Bill, in which in column 816 of Hansard I was discussing the role of Olivier Bancoul in relationship with David Snoxall, who was the then High Commissioner to Mauritius, in which I said the latter's presence on David Snoxall, pressure on David Snoxall was enormous. He once went to the extent of locking him in his office until they had a proper meeting. I now have checked this with Mr Snoxall, and I made a mistake there. The background facts are that in early November 2000, David Snoxall asked Olivier Bancoul and his committee to come and see him so that they could discuss with them the High Court judgment allowing them to return to the outer islands, and that was a perfectly friendly meeting. And then he goes on to say, I had several meetings over the next 4 years with Mr Bancoul and his committee members, and although Olivier regarded me as not on his side and occasionally denounced me in the press, he never locked me in my office. So I wanted the record to be corrected so that all can be satisfied that the truth has been told. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, I thank the right honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. I also thank him for correcting in so much detail the record at, of course, the earliest opportunity. No. I will let the front benches very quickly shuffle over before we get to the next set of business. To the presentation of bills, Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I now move on to the 10-minute rule motion, neurodivergent screening and teacher training. And I go to Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about screening for neurodiversion in primary school-aged children, to make provision about teacher training related to neurodiversion and for connective purposes. I'd like to thank honourable members across this House for their support and thank the Right Honourable former member for West Suffolk for bringing forward similar bills in the past. School for me was hard, that's putting it lightly. Dyslexia meant that reading and writing was challenging. Words seemed to float all over the page. In fact, they're doing so right now. So please bear with me through this speech. I'm likely to make some mistakes. ADHD meant that concentrating was a nightmare, with the slightest thing pulling my attention away. I believed that school wasn't for me. I fell behind, I was bullied, and I certainly acted out. I'm not alone in this. Since I started campaigning, I've heard from so many people who struggle, from constituents to celebrities like Jamie Oliver, who is a great advocate in this area. I wish I could share them all today, but we would be here for many days. Around 1 in 7 people in the UK has what we might call neurodivergence. It is a non-medical umbrella term describing the ways people's brains may develop or work differently from the norm. In some ways, we are all neurodivergent to a greater or lesser extent. Neurodivergence is not a weakness, or a condition, or a flaw. I want to make that crystal clear. But in other ways, it's a superpower, and you can do anything you want with the right support. I definitely have with what I've done today. We are problem solvers, critical thinkers, and fantastic curators. But with these strengths comes challenges like reading, writing, social skills, or maths. This does not mean there is anything wrong with you. It just means you learn and understand things differently and might need to be supported in different ways from others. I was lucky at school. I was identified, and I got the support I needed. That is why I'm standing here today. That support gave me the confidence and the fight for what I believe in. Getting into politics and into this place was certainly not on my agenda at school, but I feel I have to do all I can to make sure everyone in communities like Yeovil and beyond get the help I had in school or better. Despite all the progress our country have made in recognising, empowering neurodiverse people, and our amazing educators working their socks off, believe me, they do. Things seem to have gotten worse. In places like Somerset, since I was at school, our schools are under-resourced, under-supported, and local authorities are totally underfunded. Whilst we have the phonics screener, this test does not cover all areas of neurodiverse people may struggle with and need support, like attention control and working memory. Evidence also suggests that neurodiverse children can just memorise the words for the test, meaning their actual needs be overlooked. That's one of our superpowers. Even when a child needs identify, there is no proper designated SEND training in additional teacher training or continued professional development programmes, nor is there for teaching assistants. So our overworked teaching staff are pretty much left to get on with it themselves, and this is not good enough. While some schools do manage and do fantastically, particularly when they are properly funded, others are struggling. In some ways, it's another one of those postcode lotteries we hear so much about on a daily basis. Our children, our families, and our teachers, they deserve better. That is why I'm introducing this bill today. It's not complicated, you'll be pleased to know. In fact, the idea behind it is fairly simple. It's about getting the government to use its resources and knowledge to bring everyone together to act, so we can create a system to better identify neurodivergence and support children early on. What I am proposing can be broken into 3 parts, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, we need to define what we are introducing, universal screening and teacher training on. So before this Act can come into effect, the Secretary of State must lay a report before this House that defines neurodivergence. Secondly, we need a programme of universal screening for neurodivergence in primary school-aged children. This would preferably be a light-touch, teacher-led process. Like I said, we all sit on the spectrum of neurodiverse in some ways, no matter what others say. So screening should not be about labels, but creating a profile of strengths and weakness. This will help teachers identify where all the people sit on the spectrum of neurodivergence and what level of support they need, from in-classroom adjustments to non-formal referrals. Finally, we need a proper teaching training. The Secretary of State must produce statutory guidance on training for teachers on neurodivergence, in initial teacher training and continual professional development. This should be for all teaching staff. This training should provide teaching staff with a clear understanding of neurodivergence, knowledge of how it presents differently in different people, and the tools and resources to support pupils. I do not want Mr. Bill to be about forcing labels on young people. That won't help. Again, it is about helping teachers identify all their pupils' strengths and weaknesses. It is not about forcing costly screeners on schools either, the government will be pleased to know. While I'm not set out a preference, the Universal Classroom have worked with teachers to create a universal screener that will be free. So this won't break the bank. Most importantly, it is not about putting more burdens onto our fantastic teachers. I personally believe teachers do far too much for far too little pay, support or thanks. I urge the government to look at the NEU's list of 23 admin tasks that teachers should not be doing. It is about empowering teachers to do what they signed up for and care deeply about, educating and supporting all their pupils. To go back to the universal classroom screening, it only takes 5 to 10 minutes per pupil. With the profiles from a screener like that and better training, all our teachers will have the confidence to make the right adjustments for each child in their class. Because even small things like different paper, extra time, time-out cards can make life-changing differences. I know this too well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I'm proposing today is no silver bullet. It has to go alongside other changes in education. If the government would rather take on the measures I set out in their upcoming white paper or some other legislation, fine, I don't really care. All that matters is that we get on with it. Enough debating, enough promises. Let's bring everyone together, roll up our sleeves and take the next steps to making education inclusive and accessible for every child. Thank you.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many in that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tessa Munt, Ed Davey, Munira Wilson, James McCleary, Freddie Vaminello, Ian Room, Anne Davies, Clive Jones, Lewis Cocking, Juliet Campbell, Vicky Slade and myself.
Adam Dance.
Thank you. Neurodivergence Screening and Teacher Training Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 21st of November.
Friday the 21st of November. Right, if the front benches want to shuffle over once more. We'll settle down for the next bit of business. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Bus Services Number 2 Bill Lords, as amended in the Public Bill Committee, to be considered.
Now, we will begin with new clause 38, with which it will be convenient to consider new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move new clause 38. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have the pleasure of opening today's report stage debate. I look forward to a lively discussion on the bill and thank members of the House who are here to offer their views and talk to amendments that have been tabled. Before I move the government's report stage amendments, I would like to briefly recap on why this bill is before the House today, speak to the government's wider reform of buses and provide an update on progress since the committee stage. The government is seeking to deliver better bus services. This means growing patronage and ensuring more people are able to use the bus. It also means leaders having powers to shape the services in their communities and bus services that help drive opportunities across the country. It also means safer, reliable, affordable and inclusive and integrated bus services. The measures in the bill before the House today are working towards this vision, as are the wider reforms announced by the government to fund buses, the recent spending review commitments and the extension of the £3 bus fare cap to March 2027. Together, these form an ambitious set of interventions designed to reverse long-term trends and improve bus services. Consistent with this objective and following engagement with my honourable friends, the members for Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard and Brentford and Ellsworth, I'm happy to confirm that the forthcoming update to the statutory franchising guidance will confirm expectations that franchising authorities consult representatives of prospective users, and that the statutory guidance on stopping places will set out the Department's expectations for how safer and more accessible stopping places can encourage an increase in bus ridership by providing facilities that people can and want to use. At committee stage, there was a wide-ranging and detailed debate across both the bill's measures and the bus policy more generally, and I committed to provide an update at report stage on how my department is working with local authorities, Active Travel England and bus operators to raise awareness of certain cyclist behaviours around floating bus stops. Active Travel England will share materials with councils to promote awareness of the requirement for people cycling to give way to bus passengers at crossing points. This is alongside existing guidance for how to engage communities and design safe and accessible walking, wheeling and cycling infrastructure. TfL are carrying out a campaign to raise awareness of the Highway Code, with particular focus on the rules designed to protect people walking, cycling and motorcycling. The campaign highlights 5 key rules which protect at-risk road users and where there is poor compliance and understanding of the rules, including some of the rules which were updated in 2022. This includes materials designed to remind road users, particularly cyclists, to give way at crossings at bus stops. Now, Active Travel England and the Department have been involved in this work with the intention of sharing materials with local authorities outside London in due course. Furthermore, at committee stage, I set out that my department will ask local authorities to undertake an audit of existing sites alongside setting out to them our expectation on a pause. Active Travel England's additional research includes a national audit of floating bus stops, and I would advise authorities to work with them in a collaborative way on this so that we can gain a really accurate picture of where floating bus stops are in use and what type, and therefore ensure future guidance is comprehensive. The Department will publish statutory guidance on the design of floating bus stops within 3 months of royal assent. This will be supported by additional research into the design of existing floating bus stops and how they can be improved to ensure that they are accessible. Active Travel England has provided funding to councils and encouraged them to review existing designs against the upcoming guidance and, where required, implement remediation works. Both audits of bus stop bypasses and remediation works can be funded using the Active Travel funding as an essential maintenance activity. I move now to the Government's amendments. New Clause 38 has been brought forward at the request of the Scottish Government. It reflects close collaboration between the UK Government and the Scottish Government. This will help provide greater certainty of the future demand in Scotland, and I'm committed to ensuring that governments continue to work together as they move towards the full transition to zero-emission buses. This measure effectively replicates the provision at Clause 37 of the bill. It will have the effect of restricting the use of new non-zero-emission buses on relevant services in Scotland. Powers provided to Scottish ministers under Clause 38 are analogous to those given to the Secretary of State under Clause 37 of the bill. Amendments 45 to 50 are consequential amendments that are minor and technical in nature or related to making transitional or saving provisions. This measure requires legislative consent from the Scottish Parliament and, if necessary, the Government will return with an update during ping-pong. I now move to Amendment 53. This is a technical amendment which provides a clarification on the franchising variation procedure in the Bill's schedule. Specifically, it clarifies the variation procedure that applies when a franchising authority wishes to vary two minor aspects of the franchising scheme, namely the additional facilities such as depots and ticketing facilities to be provided in the franchising area, and a description of the authority's plans for consultation on scheme effectiveness. This will help give franchising authorities clarity on the process and ensure that relevant parties are consulted on such changes. Amendment 57 provides further detail on who should be consulted when a franchising authority varies plans for consultation on scheme effectiveness included in its scheme, including Welsh ministers, other effective local authorities, relevant organisations and Passengers Council. Amendments 31 to 34, 51 to 52 and 54 to 56 are minor and technical amendments to remove unnecessary wording. The final set of government amendments are numbered 35 to 45. These are minor and technical amendments that remove data protection overrides which were previously inserted into the bill. These overrides are actually no longer necessary as the Data Use and Access Act of 2025 received royal assent on the 19th of June 2025, and these matters are now covered automatically by virtue of that legislation. I beg to move.
Zero-emission vehicles for local services in Scotland.
The question is that new clause 38 be read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister. Jerome, are we nodding? Jerome Mayhew, you all right?
Yeah, I'm very happy to go. I'm slightly surprised to be called so early in the debate, but I'm delighted to be done so. Look, this is going to be an interesting debate. I'm delighted that there's so much interest from the backbenchers. But it's interesting to note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a bill that is primarily focused on process rather than on passengers. And I was trying to work out why that was, and I came to the conclusion that it's in fact steeped in Labour's political ideology. The ideology that the state is better at running things than private businesses, coupled, linked, but with a separate issue, that they have a deep suspicion of the profit motive. And it harks back in some of its clauses, which we'll come on to in a moment, back to the 1960s, back to municipal bus companies after the Second World War. This feels like it's the happy place of the Labour Party. Yeah, I'll happily give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and I welcome him to his place. My question is just regards his comments on profitability. Part of the challenge we found in Essex is that routes that were considered not profitable were being cut, which meant rural communities were feeling isolated. So it's just a question that, would he recognise that just a bus service that's purely based around profitability means that those services can be lost, and that is an issue?
The Honourable Member for his intervention, he's quite right, of course. I'm not suggesting that it should only be for profit, as he will know that in Essex he has an enhanced partnership agreement with Essex County Council, where they have a relationship with for-profit providers, but they also go on to pay extra in negotiation for social journeys as well. And he will note also that Essex has had more growth in its passenger numbers than any of the franchise operations, and in particular more passenger growth than the B network in Greater Manchester, the organisation that this proposed legislation, largely seeks to replicate. So we've got a deep suspicion of the profit motive, and it focuses on process, ignoring the real purpose of this legislation, what the real purpose should be. Now, the House of Lords, Madam Deputy Speaker, identified this lacuna in the drafting and rectified it with a purpose clause to make sure, which was then clause 1 when it went into committee stage, that we should improve, that the act should be to improve the performance, accessibility and quality of bus passenger services in Great Britain. And it wasn't a particularly high test, it wasn't particularly onerous, because the Secretary of State merely had to have regard to those objectives. You would not have thought that that was particularly challenging for the government, but it was too much for them because they removed that purpose clause in committee. And new clause 34 in my name and in the name of the Shadow Secretary of State seeks to reinstate this very, very reasonable clause to make sure that when we're discussing the improvement of bus services, we have front and centre in our minds the performance, accessibility and quality of bus passengers, putting the passenger first. But this bill, despite the explanations which the Minister made just a moment ago, remains weak on the protections for the disabled, the partially sighted and the blind. This is a huge concern. This was a huge concern during committee. There has been a lot of concern within the disabled community about this, particularly focusing around floating bus stops and bus stops with shared use borders. And I noted the comments that the Minister made a moment ago, where he's looking towards guidance notes on design and how there should be a campaign to remind particularly cyclists of the highway code. Well, I don't think that's good enough. I don't think there is a design tweak that you can make to a floating bus stop which will provide partially sighted and blind users with the security that they richly deserve when using bus services, and an educational campaign to remind cyclists of their duties under the highway code, whilst no doubt it won't do any harm, and I suggest they do it, it's not going to be the solution in its own right. So these are warm words from the Minister, both in committee and today, but we actually need action. A new clause 28 would give the government 6 months to prepare proposals to prohibit the creation of new floating bus stops. The government, they appear to be deaf to the blind and not prepared to take action on this, effective action on this point. They're also, I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, being weak on the protections for bus passengers more generally. We want legislation that puts bus users first, both on accessibility, which I've mentioned already, but also to be protected against antisocial behaviour. We're not asking much. We're just asking that the legislation affords to bus users the same protections which rail passengers already benefit from. And the government has an opportunity to support these objectives, and I hope that later today the Minister will acknowledge that this is the direction that he should be taking the government in. I will give way.
Gentleman, for giving way and for drawing attention to the need to provide for disabled bus users. Would the honourable gentleman also agree with the amendment that I put forward, which would require local authorities seeking a franchise to take into account and to consult with people with special educational needs and the groups that represent them?
I'm grateful for the intervention. The Honourable Lady will know from her reading of Hansard during the committee stage the time and effort that the official opposition put into supporting the aspirations of increased accessibility right across both the disability range but also special educational needs. So I'm very supportive in principle to the aims that her amendment is putting forward. Now, that's on accessibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, but what about pricing? What about increasing bus usage? Because we know from the experience of operating bus services over the last decades that price is one of the biggest factors affecting use, affecting patronage. Now, the Conservatives of the last administration put forward a £2 bus fare cap. Wow. And it was enormously successful. It was hugely popular, apart from anything else, but it was also aided. It also aided the recovery from COVID, getting people back out and about, and it was particularly useful for younger passengers to get back and to build their confidence and to get back on the road to recovery. And it was a manifesto commitment in the run-up to the last election that the Conservatives, had we been re-elected, would have continued it, £2 bus fare cap, for the duration of this Parliament. And what was the of Labour, what was their response to this? The first act of Labour on coming into power was to put the price up by 50% from £2 to £3. And to accompany it, there was a perverse claim that this was actually a price cut. Now, you don't need to be an economist at the Bank of England. You don't even need to be from the accounts department to work that one out. Just your experience in the complaints, customer complaints, would have been enough to see that a price rise from £2 to £3 is exactly that, a rise and not a cut, and I will be very happy to give way.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I tell you what kind of cut is unacceptable. In my own consistency...
Order. Please be seated. I should only have to say order once. You just said the word you. So, let's restart that intervention. We should be short.
My apologies. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would he agree with me that... would the honourable gentleman agree with me that the only cut that really is unacceptable is in my constituency we saw 53% of our buses in my constituency alone being cut under the government, the Conservative government.
Holding people back. I'm grateful for the intervention. It doesn't take away from the overarching point that Labour has increased bus fares by 50% and described it as a price cut, which was disingenuous in the extreme. So we need to understand the impact of that decision by Labour. What's the impact of that price rise on ridership, particularly on social accessibility? Because that understanding, I will in a moment, but I just want to make this point, that understanding informs behaviour, it informs good policy in the future. But the government has got its head in the sand. Amendment 23, also in my name, requires the Secretary of State to conduct an assessment of the impact of ending the £2 bus fare cap on passengers' ability to access socially necessary local services. Now this, I will in a second, I just want to make this point, and then I will come back to both of you if you still wish me to. Now that clause was initially inserted in the other place with wide support from a number of parties. But again, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government decided to remove that challenge from the drafting of this bill at committee stage. They need to own the consequences of their decisions. Last year, that department, that ministerial bench, needed to find money for an unfunded pay rise for ASLEF train drivers of 15%. Where did they get that money? Their first choice was to go after bus passengers, and their second choice was to go after pensioners, and I will give way.
The Shadow Minister for giving way. He talks a lot about price, but yet he is defending a system where my constituents have to get 3, sometimes even more, buses and then pay individual fares. Under the system proposed in this bill, we could have an integrated system, a price cap, like we have here in London. Why does he not support that principle?
I'm actually happy with that principle. In fact, it was a Conservative principle first brought in 2016. There is no, you can't have one or other. That's a false analysis. Pricing was a political decision by that ministerial team. Choosing to raise prices from £2 to £3, voted for by all the honourable and right honourable members opposite. They made that political choice. Whether you have a franchise scheme or an enhanced partnership scheme or any other form of scheme has nothing to do with the primary political choice of the members opposite to raise prices on bus passengers to pay for unfunded union pay rises. And that is simply the fact. I will give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. Talking about political choices, this happens local and nationally. We have Labour members trying to talk about the last 14 years. In 2017, we won control of Lancashire County Council and increased the bus budget by 50%, putting on bus routes that the Labour Party in Lancashire had made those political decisions to cut. In the same way, they have chosen to put the price up from £2 to £3. These are political choices.
My honourable friend is entirely right, and I make reference to Norfolk County Council, another Conservative council, and the one in which my constituency is based. They have an enhanced partnership with the bus companies that has been, again, more effective in driving bus ridership than the franchise process that we have seen in Manchester, at least as it's been enacted by the Mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham. Now, when it comes to franchising, I'll come on to it more fully now, what this bizarre piece of draft legislation appears to do is to take a good idea in principle, and make it worse in practice. Under the Conservatives, from 2016, the Honourable Member will be aware, that government recognised the potential for regional-based transport integration. He is quite right. Mayoral combined authorities had the scale and the resources and, frankly, the financial sophistication to be able, in principle, to take on the responsibilities of creating a franchise scheme and having thereby more control over the design of the public transport operation in their areas. That was a Conservative innovation, and I support it. But in that legislation, other local transport authorities also had the ability to apply for franchise status, if I loosely call it that. But there is a concern there, which is that smaller local authorities don't have as many resources, whether it's financial resources or the top-tier management in order to deal with experience into the design of these kind of operations. And so a critical safeguard was inserted in the 2016 legislation, which required those authorities, should they wish to go down the franchise route, should they have created a plan, to obtain the approval of the Secretary of State for their plans. It's a sense check. It was a needed safeguard because franchising exposes local transport authorities to huge commercial risk, because they're not just letting contracts and perhaps with an enhanced partnership adding a little bit extra on in negotiation with commercial operators. They become responsible for the design of the full bus map, the design of the full timetable, the resulting commercial liabilities of providing all those buses and the drivers, and on one hand, they either pay a bus company to operate for a fee with no commercial risk, they just turn up and do what they're told, or, even more exposed, they create a municipal bus company and do it themselves. Now, if it goes wrong, I will in a second, if it goes wrong, this really can bankrupt a local authority, and I will give way on that point.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. And on that point around financial risk for local authorities, does he agree that for local authorities like mine, the Isle of Wight Council, there is absolutely nothing in this bill that they could possibly want to touch when it comes to franchising for buses across my constituency, because the risk for small unitary authorities is just far too great. And if there's any opportunity in here at all, which I'm not sure there is, it will only apply to large city councils and metropolitan areas.
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, and he is quite right. And there is some good in the amendments, because I'm going to come on to amendment number 58, which reinserts the Secretary of State's safeguard, the safeguard, not prohibiting small unitaries from developing a franchise model, but having the ability for the Secretary of State to sense check the commercial ability of that organisation to take the very significant commercial risks that franchising brings with it. And then in addition to Amendment 58, there is another massive lacuna in the drafting as it currently stands, which is having expanded franchising to any local authority, no matter how small, whether district or county or unitary, the Secretary of State is now withdrawing from any power to intervene if things go wrong. So we recognise there's increased commercial risk. We recognise that we're going to be asking potentially small local authorities to undertake wholly novel activities about which they have no experience at all. And then the Secretary of State is saying, we wash our hands of this. We don't want to have any power to intervene, even when there is a prolonged failure of services to the public. I will give way.
Gentleman for giving way. He suggests that the Conservative position is in support of combined authorities being able to take on franchising, and yet the Tees Valley Conservative Mayor has flat out rejected franchising powers. And I am proud that this government is bringing forward this bill to make it easier for combined authorities and other authorities to bring on franchising. And in the Bill Committee, I raised the example of Norma Templeman, my constituent, who has had to fight tooth and nail against the Mayor and against the bus companies to get buses into her village of North Skelton. How can that be right?
Absolutely. The honourable member was in favour of devolution. If you have a mayoral combined authority, not all mayoral combined authorities are the same, and you want to have the right system for the area that the mayor represents. And if the mayor in Teesside thinks that it's not the right thing for him, I back his decision. Now, moving on, we've got the new clause 31, which gives the Secretary of State power to step in where there has been a persistent failure to deliver a service by contract. Now, it seems extraordinary to me, genuinely extraordinary, Madam Deputy Speaker, why the government is saying no to this added safeguard. There is no cost associated with this. It's just saying where there is prolonged failure on the ground to deliver the service, for whatever reason, but failure, the Secretary of State has the power to step in and take on the management. Why would the government say that they don't need that power, that backstop power, and yet they voted that down in committee, and I don't see them accepting it today either. Now, all these amendments from the loyal opposition have a common theme. They put passengers first. Because this bill is not really about passengers. It's for a bigger state, and it's for more unions, more union involvement, and it's primarily against private business involvement. The problem is, I understand that's the ideology of the members opposite, but that ideology is wrong, and demonstrably wrong in this instance, because it sees it in this bill, because without amendment, it's going to damage our bus services, it's going to damage almost certainly our LTAs, particularly the smaller ones, if they're misguided enough to follow the encouragement of the government and go down this route. And above all, I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's going to damage the chances of our passengers.
Before I go to backbench speeches, please be seated. I just want to be clear, because there seems to be some confusion amongst colleagues about where we are and what we're debating. We're on the bus services bill on the remaining stages. We're at the report stage. Speeches should be related to the amendments listed on the amendment paper and not the bill as a whole. This is for backbenchers that are hoping to contribute. Please check the amendments paper. I know that the next member knows exactly what they're doing. The Chair of the Select Committee, Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you're absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker. I won't repeat what I said in the second reading debate, except to say that it's no surprise that our first standalone inquiry in the Transport Committee was around buses in England outside of London, because it is an issue that affects members in England from across this House, from all sorts of constituencies. I'm here today speaking in support of two amendments in the name of Alex Mayer, myself and others, Amendment 66 and new clause 46. Since the second reading of this Buses Number 2 bill, the Transport Committee has published our report, Buses Connecting Communities, which focuses on the solutions and potential solutions to the long-term decline in bus ridership in England outside London. So if the government are seeking to see the reversal of bus decline in England, I hope the Minister will support our two amendments. They add to the bill because they specifically seek to improve bus services in a way that I feel, relying on future guidance, may not. They provide the context with which local transport authorities can determine their specific bus provision. Merely devolving greater control to local authorities without any kind of overarching values-based vision won't help in areas which have no interest whatsoever in enhancing and extending their services. and could risk simply entrenching inequality and decline. New Clause 46, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to ensure that local transport authorities have a duty to consider funding for service enhancements, and it goes on whether, when and how to use appropriate public funding to improve existing local bus services. And it must have regard to, and there are about 6 principles here, potential for increased ridership, the overall sustainability of the network, the service improvements, particularly frequency of existing services, extending operating hours, improving the reliability of services or their integration with other modes of transport, or extending the routes of local services. Now we know that progressive local authorities are committed to enhancing and expanding the public transport in their areas, and they do this. We have great examples under Labour mayors in Greater Manchester, South Yorkshire and the West Midlands. Because more people on more buses address the policy objectives that they and we in Labour seek to achieve. Objectives of addressing congestion, air pollution, carbon emissions, social and economic isolation, and of course, growth. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear there are, and there could be more, local authorities that care little for these important objectives, objectives that are central to this government's values. This new Clause 46 therefore bakes in a duty on local transport authorities to consider using appropriate funds to improve bus services where this would grow ridership or improve sustainability of the overall network. It sets out specific factors to be taken into account when making such decisions. It enables bus user groups and others to measure their transport authorities' intentions against these basic objectives. It comes from, our amendment comes from the committee's recommendation 117, that says the department should require local transport authorities to consider using grant or fare box funding to enhance existing local bus services. The need to improve local bus services while growing ridership was a focal point of evidence received by our committee.
On that point, would the Honourable Lady accept that increasing the fare cap from £2 to £3 is likely to reduce ridership, whatever is contained in this clause?
Yeah. In a context of devolution within an overarching sense of values. So I'm not going to go into the specifics of what a bus fare level should be, but that the overall ridership and the sustainability of the bus system is a key objective. And as I know the Minister will say, devolution of how that happens is up to the local transport authorities. But can I go back to the evidence that we heard in our committee? As everybody here knows, buses remain the most used form of public transport, yet the decline in the number of bus journeys in England outside London has dropped from 4.6 billion in 2009 to 3.6 billion in 2024. And alongside declining journeys, the need to improve services and increase ridership also speaks to the evidence received by the committee about how a lack of access to buses has had an impact on social isolation. Transport for the North told the committee that in 2024, some 11.4 million people across England were facing transport-related social exclusion, with evidence that actually the problem was worse in towns rather than our cities. The Minister told us that the government intended this bill to deliver services that were more affordable, reliable, faster and better integrated. However, when pressed on whether people in England would see more buses to more places by the end of this Parliament, he said that is certainly our intention and we're doing everything possible to make it happen. My contention is that without that baked into the body of the bill, there is a risk that in many places and over time there could be a continued decline in bus services. I now go on to Amendment 66 to Section 14 on socially necessary services. And we ask that Clause 14, page 10, line 5, after services, insert quote, along with a description of the criteria or methodology used to determine which services are considered socially necessary, i.e. for the local transport authority to define how that is, but in a publicly accepted way, a publicly visible way. And that the amendment asks that local authorities should be required to produce a transparent methodology for how they determine these socially necessary services. The North West Surrey Bus Users Group argued to the committee that a clear and consistently applied definition was essential for holding local authorities accountable for maintaining basic service levels on loss-making routes. They warned that in the absence of sufficient guidance to date, some authorities had, to a greater or lesser extent, abdicated their responsibilities. And as a result of evidence, such as from the North West Surrey Group, the committee in our report recommended that the department should mandate local transport authorities to publish their own, the local authorities, transparent methodology for how they determine which bus services qualify as socially necessary to ensure public accountability. So hence this amendment.
And for giving way. Nescott College, which is in my constituency, is not accessible by bus, and this leaves students having to travel even further for their education because local bus services are simply not servicing young people. So does the honourable member agree with me that the bill must expand the definition of socially necessary local services to explicitly include schools and colleges?
And her point goes to the heart of what I'm saying, is that it's not for this bill and this government to define whether or not colleges, schools, etc. should be. One would hope they would be. But it's for the local authority to define their socially necessary services according to the needs in their areas. And that they publish it, and that be in the bill. And I know I'm pretty sure the Minister will say, don't worry, Chair of Select Committee, it'll be in guidance. My concern is that guidance is to some extent discretionary or can be changed over time. And myself, Alex Mayer and others would like to see the status of the need to have a definition and methodology for socially necessary services in the bill.
I talk so highly of the Select Committee Chair that she'd get everything absolutely right, but I think she mentioned a colleague by their name and not by their constituency earlier. So let's try and stick to the etiquette. Ruth Cadbury.
I've only been here 10 and a bit years. I'll get used to it. My colleague from Dunstable, Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard. And I do apologise to the House and to the Deputy Speaker. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Hence this amendment, it supports local authorities to actively grow... that amendment, as the bill is currently written, it suggests that local transport authorities merely define their socially necessary services. That could mean as they are now. It doesn't take an account of changes in need. Maybe new housing developments mean a formerly loss-making route becomes commercially viable. It doesn't take account of a big place of employment that closes, that means the housing near there is without a viable bus service. It allows for change, but it also has, as I said before, ask the local authorities to have a publicly available methodology against which user groups, consumer communities, residents and so on can hold their local transport authority to account.
Member for giving way. Would she agree with me that in addition to these socially necessary routes, we have the practice today where the companies such as Stagecoach in my constituency cut the frequency of essential buses, like the number 2 from Exeter through to Dawlish and on down towards Paynton. And that actually has the perverse impact of driving people away from the buses when the frequency goes down from every 20 minutes to every 30 minutes, actually makes it unusable and takes away the social value of that route.
The honourable member is entirely correct. I'll now come to my concluding remarks. So our amendments support local transport authorities to actively grow their local bus networks in response to demographic and economic changes, not just manage the decline. Without them, the only requirement, and particularly for Amendment 66, the only requirement is for them to list their current services. So, whilst honouring the government's rightful drive on devolution, our committee would not want any local transport authority to walk away from the government's important objectives this bill seeks to address, to promote growth, particularly in towns across England, and to promote reliability and integration and address social isolation, inequality, traffic congestion and pollution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by thanking the Minister and commend him for his constructive engagement throughout the passage of this bill, both on the floor of the House, in committee and via the usual channels. Let me make clear from the outset, my party supports the basic tenets of this bill. The Tories' ideologically driven decision to deregulate the bus network in the 80s allowed private operators to cream off the profitable routes. The policy paid scant regard to the many unprofitable, mainly rural routes, serving small communities, which, unless subsidised by an increasingly hard-pressed local government, were simply abandoned. Since 1985, as a direct consequence of their meddling, the number of bus journeys taken in this country has fallen by over 2 billion. A decline of almost 40%, with over 8,000 services cut or withdrawn altogether. In counties such as Shropshire and Devon, and across the country, from Cornwall to Caithness, entire villages lost daily services, with some areas reduced to 1 bus per week or none. The Bus Services Bill consequently represents a bold attempt to reverse that decline. If implemented properly, which will require more funding than currently on offer, it could be transformational, returning control over local bus networks to local communities. It will remove bureaucratic barriers to franchising, enabling local authorities to design routes, timetables, fares and branding that meets the actual needs of communities, whilst allowing profitable routes to cross-subsidise the unprofitable ones, rather than lining the pockets of big business. Opening up the possibility of a more reliable, integrated and affordable network, so crucial for rural and deprived areas currently facing steep service declines. Liberal Democrats want to ensure this legislation fulfils its potential by empowering local communities, protecting vital routes and driving the shift to greener, fairer transport. We know how important buses are to people's daily lives, and if this bill is to succeed, it must put passengers first. That is why my honourable friends and I have submitted so many amendments. Many, I acknowledge, will not be called for a vote. But even at this late hour, I ask the Minister to please cast his eye over them and see which ones he might still accept. It is worth highlighting that no fewer than 42 amendments were accepted at report stage in the Lords. 30 of them from the government and a further 6 from Lord Blunkett, which the government chose to support, after some intensive behind-the-scenes lobbying by my Lib Dem colleagues, who I'd also like to thank for putting forward amendments which we have retabled in this place to address bus fare affordability, disabled passenger access, decarbonisation of the bus fleet, the protection of socially necessary routes. Of course.
Member for giving way, because the E5 bus servicing Langley Vale in my constituency has a woefully inadequate timetable and a route that doesn't stop at the local hospital. Local bus routes are simply not servicing my residents. Does the honourable member agree with me that this bill must tackle poor services and restore the £2 fare cap, reversing the devastating cuts, effective route cuts administered under the Conservatives?
Thank you for that intervention. These are exactly the issues this bill should address and could address if the Minister takes the bold steps we're asking him to do today. It is clear from its passage in the other place, this bill has been strengthened through constructive engagement across the political divide. If the government has been willing to accept sensible proposals from their lordships, there's surely no good reason why equally sensible amendments tabled here in the Commons should not be adopted. One such sensible proposal concerns floating bus stops. Badly designed floating bus stops are a menace to the disabled, old and infirm, and in particular the visually impaired, which is why my party tabled new Clause 17, requiring the Secretary of State to not only conduct a review, but where necessary retrofit all current floating bus stops. While we also support the amendments tabled by the Honourable Member for Battersea and welcome the Minister's concessions on this issue. I will now address the 3 amendments we continue to press with most conviction before turning to the new clause proposed by my honourable friend, the Member for Harrogate and Knaresborough. Our Amendment 10 addresses the scourge of headphone dodgers. This is not a trivial matter. Many passengers feel unsafe or uncomfortable when others play loud content on their devices without headphones, oblivious of those around them. This is not simply an irritation. It causes genuine distress to many trying to travel in relative peace and quiet, with over 75% of those who use public transport stating it disturbs them in a recent Savanta poll, and over 80% of people in a separate YouGov poll agreeing it is unacceptable.
Would the honourable gentleman give way?
I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that it's rather odd that these provisions apply to those that travel on trains and not to buses? And can he understand why the government makes this distinction?
Yeah, good point.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I agree entirely. We need a simple rule across all public transport. I also think it's odd the honourable member is making that point after his colleagues jeered me when I raised this first at PMQs a few months ago. But thank you for your support now. Our amendment would allow local transport authorities to introduce bylaws prohibiting such disruptive antisocial noise, and is a simple, practical measure that will make bus travel better for everyone. Some have argued such measures are illiberal, but liberalism, unlike libertarianism, is as concerned with responsibilities as rights. And my right to play loud content on my phone does not preclude my responsibility to not cause you unnecessary disturbance by failing to plug in my headphones. After all, that is why they were invented. When I first raised this issue at PMQs, as I've mentioned, the Conservatives and Reform, who aren't here, of course, jeered the suggestion. Although I cannot say whether or not the honourable member for Basildon Billericay or other members of the opposition front bench on transport joined in that chorus. And whilst the Prime Minister, in his extremely constructive answer to me, agreed it was a serious issue, his Labour colleagues on the committee voted down this amendment at committee stage, which the Tories, consistent with their previous hostility, also refused to support. Now, in a bizarre volte-face, the Conservatives have now tabled an amendment that mirrors our own, whilst the Shadow Transport Secretary has taken to the airwaves in recent weeks, demanding action on headphone dodgers, having miraculously seen the light, or at least heard the noise. Although whether this was from headphone dodgers or Conservative HQ focus groups, I will leave others to judge. Well, they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And despite their previous mocking and blocking, I am delighted to welcome our Conservative friends to the cause. I would ask the Minister to listen again, which might be a downside easier to do if this amendment is accepted and the headphone dodgers consigned to history. He will doubtless say, as he did in committee, that the bill already gives local transport authorities the ability to address antisocial behaviour. However, it doesn't explicitly reference the scourge of auditory disturbance, which is so serious a problem to surely merit the individual attention our clause provides, empowering local transport authorities to create a bus environment that is safe, civil and comfortable for everyone. If the government is serious about improving the passenger experience, they, like the later arriving Conservatives, must surely come round to supporting this sensible Liberal Democratic policy, which, according to Savanta, is supported by a vast majority of the public, with only 13% opposed. Turning to new Clause 1, which would have reinstated the £2 bus cap. The government's recent decision to hike it to £3 represents a 50% increase that will drive people off buses and hit the most vulnerable in our society. I will indeed.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I absolutely support the reduction back on that price cap to £2. However, in my constituency of Harpen and Berkhamsted, where the Conservatives cut bus routes by more than 50% in the last decade, we're a place where actually people have to get several buses, and I have a couple who, when they go to the job centre, it costs them £12. even though a price cap is in place? Don't we need a simpler structure and proper investment so that buses don't cost that much? Absolutely. Yeah.
These are indeed the issues we need to address, and I'm not addressing them at this moment. You're absolutely right. The poorest who use buses the most are already struggling with the cost of a living crisis. And no amount of spin can hide the fact this represents a huge fare increase, despite the Prime Minister taking to social media last month to proclaim he was putting working people first and that this fare rise would, and I quote, cut costs for working families. No, it will not.
Well, my right honourable friend, thank you for giving way. In Torbay, Torbay is sadly one of the most deprived constituencies in the southwest of England. Bus travel is the primary form of public transport across Torbay. The £2 price cap was valued by both young people and those of working age to navigate Torbay. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the reinstatement of this will help oil the wheels of our communities such as Torbay?
Thank you for that intervention. It is hugely important. If we want to get people back on the buses, if we want to help those most deprived in our society, we need to reinstate the £2 bus cap. Sadly, our amendment is not... fares have been risen to the point where many households simply cannot afford to use the bus regularly. A £2 fare cap would make a tangible difference for low-income families, students and modest earners, whilst also helping to reduce congestion and cutting emissions by getting more people out of their cars. Sadly, our amendment has not been scheduled for a vote, and thus we will be supporting the Conservatives' more modest proposal requiring the Secretary of State to conduct an impact assessment on the ending of the £2 bus cap. Another clause that will not be voted upon is new clause 48, which would have provided free travel for uniformed police officers to provide greater assurance to the travelling public. Antisocial behaviour, not just headphone dodging, is on the increase across the bus network. The sight of more police officers on buses would only help reduce this menace. Currently, there's a patchwork of different schemes covering some, but not all, bus operators, requiring officers to produce a variety of different documentation to access free travel that is not infrequently denied. Our amendment would have provided a simple baseline requiring no bureaucracy, allowing every officer in uniform to travel freely on any bus. I would again ask the Minister to consider accepting this costless improvement to the safety of the bus network. I now turn to a hugely consequential cross-party amendment tabled by my Liberal Democrat colleague, the Honourable Member for Harrogate and Knaresborough, whose work on this bill has been thoughtful and persistent. His new Clause 2 requires the Secretary of State to remove time restrictions on the use of disabled concessionary travel passes. Has been supported not just by my party, but from MPs across the House, including from the government's own benches. Disabled passengers forced to travel at restricted times under current rules face unnecessary barriers to jobs, appointments and social inclusion. Removing time restrictions would allow them to use the bus network when they need it. It is right that the House should support this new clause. I warmly congratulate my honourable friend on bringing it forward. Rigid time slots reflect outdated thinking. Disabled people deserve travel choices that reflect real-life needs, whilst, if, as they claimed during their ill-fated attempt to reduce PIP before recess, the government really wants to help more disabled people back into work, removing such restrictions would be a wonderful place to start. I'm delighted Mr Speaker has scheduled new clause 2 for a vote and would ask members from across the House to bear witness to the cross-party support it has already received by voting together in support of it. Hear, hear. Let me conclude by saying my party welcomes this bill, which will make a real difference to our bus network. But I call on the Government and the Minister to not allow petty party rivalry and tribalism to stand in the way of making it even more effective by voting against these sensible amendments and new clauses. Thank you.
I call Graham Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak in this important debate. I declare an interest as a member of the RMT and Unite parliamentary groups and refer members to my register of interests. I also thank the RMT for their support in scrutinising this bill. With thousands of members working in the bus sector across England, they are uniquely placed to contribute their expertise. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the context is stark. In 2024, There were 76 million fewer bus journeys in the North East compared to 2010, a fall of more than a third. That decline is not just a statistic. It represents missed shifts, social isolation, and communities cut off from opportunity. I want to place on record that I do support the bill, but I want to speak to the 4 amendments in my name, new clauses 25, 26, 27 and 35, and to voice my support for new clause 45. New clause 27 would create a national bus forum of government, local transport authorities, operators and trade unions. Deregulation has left the sector fragmented, making it hard to tackle challenges like recruitment, retention, skills and safety in a coherent way. The Transport Select Committee inquiry into the health of the bus market, that was the 2018 committee inquiry, when I was actually serving on the committee at that time, recommended that the government strategy be underpinned by a national forum to share information on service improvements, workforce issues and safety. Indeed, the National Audit Office echoed this, urging the DfT to use the Bus Centre of Excellence to collate and share best practice. A national forum would provide that structure and oversight. But national oversight alone is not enough. New clause 25 would require all local transport authorities introducing franchising to establish a joint forum with unions and operators. The government does say it expects LTAs to engage with unions, but expectation is not a guarantee. But leaving it at expectation will not guarantee meaningful engagement everywhere. As we heard from my honourable friend, there are inconsistencies, including in the Tees Valley. Some LTAs are experienced in working constructively with unions, but others are not. A statutory requirement would ensure consistent and meaningful engagement everywhere. New clauses 25 and 35 on enhanced partnerships. Many local transport authorities will opt for enhanced partnerships instead of franchising. That's a matter for them. At present, stakeholder forums must include passengers, businesses and neighbouring authorities, but unions are not listed. I respectfully say to the Minister, if the aim of stakeholder forums is to involve those most directly affected, then surely the workforce cannot be excluded. New clause 26 and 35 would remedy that by requiring trade union participation in every enhanced partnership forum. And can I say in relation to new clause 45, which relates to nighttime bus services, I support new clause 45, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Haywood and Middleton North. It would establish a legal duty for councils to provide a minimum level of nighttime bus services to local employment centres, ensuring workers such as nurses, hospitality staff and factory employees can get home safely. This is particularly important for women, given that more than 1 in 4 will experience some sort of sexual assault in their lifetime. Nighttime buses are not just a matter of convenience, but of safety. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, taken together, new clauses 25, 27, 26 and 35 form a coherent package, national oversight and best practice matched by consistent workforce engagement at local level. Alongside new clause 45, they show what this bus bill should achieve, a bus system that is accountable, safe and responsive to the needs of both passengers and staff. If the government cannot accept these amendments, I urge the Minister to commit instead to addressing these matters through guidance or through a code of practice, and to meet with the trade unions and stakeholders to decide how this might be achieved. The bill represents an opportunity to reshape bus services for the better, but it will be wasted if we repeat the mistakes of deregulation, fragmentation, inconsistency and sidelining the workforce. These amendments are about making sure that this time we get it right. Thank you.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support new clause 47 in my name and in the name of the honourable member for Harrogate and Knaresborough, and I also would make a passing reference to his own excellent new clause 2, which I wholeheartedly support and which, as we have heard, is designed to remove the time restrictions on which disabled persons' concessionary bus passes can be used. New clause 47 is very simple and I would like to think very logical. It simply requires that the Secretary of State, in relation to the English National Concessionary Travel Scheme, should, within 12 months of the Act receiving royal assent, bring forward proposals to extend the scheme to include companion passes for disabled persons who require the assistance of a designated companion in order to use the bus network. I was first alerted to this problem by a very effective lobby done in Parliament a few months ago, which other honourable and right honourable members may well remember. And I was lobbied by a number of my constituents who are saying to me that there was not much point in having a concessionary pass to use the buses free of charge if they were unable to do so except when helped by a companion. It really rather made a mockery of the concession in the first place. I followed this up with a visit to the New Forest branch of Mencap, and the implications of this were impressed on me as being so obvious as to require little supporting argument. What's the point of giving somebody something free which they cannot use without the assistance of someone else unless they have the ability on that same bus pass to have a designated companion travel free with them? Now, a number of county councils, for example, allow this, but it is a discretionary power. And it seems a rather strange discretionary power because there are a number of aspects to this scheme which are statutory requirements. And I believe this should be one of them if it is not to make a nonsense, as I've already explained, of the statutory requirement that the disabled person should have a free bus pass. And so I put down a couple of written questions, and one in particular, number 48343, was tabled on 27th of April and asked the government if its review of the English National Concessionary Travel Scheme had actually made a recommendation on the question of companion passes for the disabled. And the answer read in part: the Department for Transport conducted a review of the ENCTS and is currently considering next steps. The review did not consider adding companion passes to the statutory criteria for the scheme. It then added its standard formulation, which I've received in response to other questions on this sort of topic. Currently, local authorities in England have the power to go beyond their statutory obligations under the